stream as well. So you have the wolves there. You have your Leverus in the pack is able to take you back. And the events that unfolded in the previous session was combat, right? The strong fist, the actual stone fist stronghold that was there. There was resistance. There was just these tunnels and multiple different directions of these corridors. It seems like very elaborate design of these gray dwarfs. And then Grawl Stonefist as well, surprised with some of the magic that he possessed, which was a lot of illusionary magic and projecting themselves in some sort of almost like an Echo Knight, right, in a way, and doing some psionic damage and those sorts of things. In the end, Grawl Stonefist perished, and his beautiful equipment was taken off and the things there. From the actual hammer, there was a conversation between Thothic and Grawl's son, which was actually named after Malrum Flamebilge, which was a close friend, and explained that he was in this kind of place of almost like a utopia, right? Mine was placed in some other area, and as the conversation continued, more information thought they got, but also this place began to crumble and lose itself, and so whatever maybe soul or spirit that was placed in there moved on from being placed in there. Something to kind of note is the soldiers themselves came up from the lower level. It took a little bit, right, coming up the actual staircase. Relative time to when combat ended, it was actually about 3 or 4 minutes, so it's not incredible amount of time. And they kind of formed themselves up, saw that the hammer had been raised of Grawl Stonefist, and began to move into a phalanx and direct orders and push forward, right? That was the time. But they didn't know what you all were capable of and kind of resisted, held back, and just were kind of keep piecing together things and minding themselves. You all made your escape, just ran away, which is not difficult to do. These are fully armored gray dwarfs. They don't move very fast. So in pursuit, very difficult. I think Thothic probably would be the only one that had difficulty.
I would blow up the rear.
Yeah. So they maintain themselves.
Splinters,
but there was
wasted over long distances.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
There was a deep rumble that occurred, and something happened between when the soldiers, and it's almost as if they were intentionally destroying the stronghold. And another rumble happened too as you left, and in fact they felt as if they were caving in that staircase. Very intentional. Seemed to be planned ahead of time, that their objectives, if anything was to be compromised, that they were to stop any access. And this might suggest that there actually was an accessible point from the actual stronghold to their city of Elinja, which was kind of brought up at one point with the group many sessions back. So after the long rest, you all wake up. The temperature outside is about 29 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a light snow that's happening. The wind itself is kind of howling. It's not, unfortunately, terrible. I'm going to go ahead and put on some wind. You also probably notice, hopefully, that it's not incredibly loud, because now there's a volume slider for when I bring it in from my source of my module. And also 2 other modules are brought back. Health estimate, so you'll see the health of the tokens. And drag ruler is brought back. So no longer will you have to move like Native Foundry wants it to. The ruler will pop up when you drag your token.
Screw you, Stock Foundry.
Yeah, screw you.
We win again.
We win. So the wind's howling, the snow is falling down outside. Leverus in the pack, they're kind of licking themselves, getting a nice little clean going for the morning. Some of the bodies were actually moved outside and burned that were there. And just kind of getting ready to go, ready to head back to Monsag. So I put us on the map currently, figured that's where you're all heading, and get going on the next adventure.
Varys.
What?
I had a dream last night, Varys.
Uh-huh.
I was out of this cold hellscape.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't have shoes.
Uh-huh.
I just want to let you know I was excited. And then disappointed this wasn't true.
I feel kind of good now. Cold doesn't really bother me anymore.
You've changed, and I don't like it.
I've changed. You tried to cut my damn heart out.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to believe me.
I just want to get rid of shoes.
Can't help you.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Such just kind of sitting by the entrance to the cave, just staring out into the distance.
Can I just really quick, can I add one of those gold rings that we found to my inventory, just one of the regular ones?
I think the only thing we have left is I have one additional silver ring. Everything else is divvied up.
You were provided a gold ring. It's in your inventory.
I was? Oh,
Yeah,
okay, perfect.
Unfortunately,
Just-
our armorer is not here to
I know.
create some spell infused rings, but
I have further designs. All right. Okay, so we're all back. We're at the Great Hall.
not back necessarily. I just went ahead and put us on this map. That way we can get the loading out of the way. But you're still at the actual cavern that you've rested and long rested as you ascended up from the large spiraling staircase that goes to the bedrock. And so Leverus and the pack are there, lighting a fire, maybe getting some breakfast cooked. Definitely the possibilities. But after that, Leverus and the pack are going to be heading back to Quanzag.
How does a direwolf light a fire?
Well, we lit the fire.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
he
just
said lit a fire and cooked
Wait,
breakfast.
hold
How are
on, Kyle. Do you think they're direwolves? That's not a fair.
Yes.
Okay.
I have no reason to believe they're not anymore, but yes.
I guess you were on the other
Ice
side when one
creature
breathed.
wolves.
You were on the other side of the fight in the cavern when one breathed out
Yeah.
ice. So I will
True.
give you that.
I can't see anything.
That is true. You don't have dark vision, so I'll give you that.
It's
I would
just
make a
dark.
fire for breakfast.
Just like the thought of a direwolf.
All right, so lighting fire for breakfast, getting that all kind of set up. I can't hear any of you. That's not good at all.
They
All right.
they
you
really were like, wait and see, and now it appears that it's for sure the job.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Could you hear me the whole time?
No.
Yeah.
No.
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 Okay.
I think we lost you for a moment there.
Yeah, I think my audio just like completely crashed out.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Okay, I'm good now.
Oh, there goes my audio.
No, I couldn't
We hear you.
You're just quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, you just muted, but you weren't.
We might be having an issue with Discord if his goes
Yeah.
out too.
Mine's fine.
Maybe.
Okay.
All good right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Push forward until it dies.
Yeah, because I actually had to
You're
quit
good.
out. I actually had to quit out. I mean, reconnect to the Discord server, and it's
Mm.
gonna reset.
Okay.
My
Mhm.
headset's just disconnected themselves, so I had to fucking
Oh.
replug them back in.
Thank my heart. I was like, no, Discord server's failing for the session. No. Okay.
The moment you said that your fucking shit had just disconnected, and I went to say like yeah, and then mine just disconnected.
Not that I'm saying anyone has to do anything about this, but Thothig would probably be avoiding everyone's gaze and not looking at anyone
Okay.
as they go about the morning stuff.
Okay.
So it's
It's
just kind
weird.
of sitting at like I said, sitting at the entrance to the cave, just kind of staring outside.
Morning
Slightly
calisthenics.
Staring between the sky and the ashen pile of what was the dead dwarves.
I mean breakfast.
What form are you taking right now?
Soot's in his cat form. Because he does not have winter clothes to sustain himself. So cat
Larousse
form it
kind of
is.
like walks up and sits next to you and puts up the haunches and like licks a little bit. Just looks at you.
Kind of slightly butt scooch away.
Classic cat.
Oh, don't worry, I'm full.
Hmm.
Besides, you're not
I'll
really a
keep
cat,
that
are
in-
you?
No.
You don't really smell like one.
Well, at this point, there's no point in hiding it, but it's also too cold for me to change back into my normal form, so.
Well, come closer, I'll keep you warm.
I'd watch this movie.
Grins at you, showing it the teeth.
I appreciate the offer. I think I'll just stay where I am.
As you will, chosen one.
You want to share my wolf pelt?
Chosen one. Right.
It's like 3 feet too big for me. It's just a full wolf. And I don't need it.
Underestimated.
I
Yeah.
just like carry her on like a blanket.
It's like a snuggie.
Yeah.
That's it. They have a little hood too.
Like it's a
Ferris
wolf
didn't-
head. It
Ferris
just goes
didn't
over
make me
top.
hood.
Oh,
I didn't make your. I only made your shoes.
And you didn't make me a hood either.
You didn't ask the workman for a hood before he got
you-
murdered.
You said.
I'm not a leather worker. I make potions.
that's true.
I mean, and you made shoes. You're not a
I
cobbler.
your shoes. I never claimed to be a cobbler either. I didn't make them. I modified them.
Yeah, well, that took a lot of work. That was...
Basically, just cutting the bottoms out of it.
Yeah, you did a pretty average job.
It's about what I was aiming for. So mission accomplished. You didn't pay me anything.
You didn't ask for any payment. Besides, you have all the gold.
And I used a crossbow bolt.
I forgot about that.
It's not like I had tools.
Red, you're a terribly ill-equipped cobbler.
Because I'm not a cobbler. I'm a monster hunter and an alchemist.
I mean, you say that.
What part of that is in question right
I mean,
now?
I haven't seen you hunt a monster either.
Did you forget when you were being swallowed by one and I melted its jaw off?
I was gonna be perfectly safe.
I'll remember that next time. Enjoy
Yes.
being somebody's snack.
Oh,
Nice.
Enjoy being
I
dead at
mean-
the side of the road again.
It was a forest.
Ever. The fact that you remembered you were dying more than I did makes me believe it's more special.
I wasn't the only one that died that day.
Well, you say that. It's yet to be proven.
Can we leave now, or would you like to berate me some more this morning?
I mean, can we berate you on the move as well? No shortage of material.
Varys didn't come here to be berated. Varys,
I mean,
where do you want to go to be
I
berated?
take my cloak off and toss it over Paz, so now he's under like 6 feet.
like a bird.
Yeah.
So Varys, as you take your cloak off, and you're somewhat a little bit exposed to the elements. You notice that as the cold itself kind of leaches in from the cavern, begins to slightly touch at your skin. A little bit of scale begins to form on some parts of your skin. This mist begins to pour from it.
That's normal.
I like this.
Solid reaction.
I blew my nose in your cloak. I hope you enjoy
I
it.
don't need it anymore.
There's snot somewhere now. Good luck finding it.
I think he's got dragon skin now.
Ew. Wait. Is he the white dragon we're gonna fight?
No.
You
No,
say
we
that
probably
like
should
you're
get a move
100%
on.
You've seen
sure.
us both in the same room at the same time. How is that possible?
But we didn't fight it. We keep an eye on you now.
Funny how many crimes I get accused for that I don't commit in this group.
We'll
Yeah,
stop
crimes
you-
are committed against you, and yet they go, unanswered.
It's funny how that works.
It's true.
I think it's a branding thing. We should discuss that branding.
I mean, I'm just weird, draggedy skin. Doesn't care about cold. A real pain in the ass since yesterday. It's
Paz, you're always a pain in the ass.
what? I'm wonderful. That's why I have That's why I have a friendship staff.
That's
If you don't mind, shall we get moving?
Thing climbs on the back of a wolf and just waits.
Moves his back a little bit, getting ready. See Leverus in the pack getting up, and then some of them leaning down to accompany you on their backsides.
Whatever Wolf Bears goes to sit on, I'm gonna sit on, but I'm gonna sit in front of him and take the reins. Or act like I'm in a position to take the reins.
just hop on.
I don't know how to drive a wolf.
Good thing you're not driving.
Oh my god.
So we'll go back to his human form and just hop on a wolf as well.
All right. So as
Probably
you all,
with Naira, or actually no, probably with Gilga, if anything.
okay. I will state this for the two party members that are not with us. When we do go into combat, I will be in command of them, based on particular combat that we will be entering into. Just an FYI. So you see is you get onto the wolves, Leverus. Actually, since you're probably closest there with Gilga, you get on Leverus there. The one underneath you pass just slightly like turns the head, looks at you with the back of the eye, and just like smiles with like a cheesy grin. Just like chuckles very intently, and then Leverus
Mush!
kind of
Mush!
barks, like kind of does a little bark, kind of like a yip, and then all of a sudden you just begin to move outside of the cavern, headed through the trees. As you begin to snake through that evergreen patch of trees that you came through again, and you're following a very similar path, and you see many of them have their actual noses to the ground, and they're smelling as they're going, and they're on the run, and they're kind of keeping track of where they've been and where they've gone, making sure that they go the same route as to not cause any sort of suspicion. So after a period lasting several hours, I'm going to go ahead and advance the clock just a little bit here. Put you about 2 o'clock. That's when you get to almost like the base. You traverse alongside the mountains, came underneath, and now you're coming into the path that leads you to Monsag, very familiar places. You've gone through here twice thus far. And you're kind of going through switchbacks and whatnot, and then you start getting into kind of sparse evergreens, into thick evergreens and thickets, and those sort of bushes and greenery sceneries there that are covered in snow as the snow begins to fall ever so more. You're also noticing that in the daytime now, there are giants. You can see them in the distance, lumbering through the trees, many of them in the shadows as they're almost like shaking the trees violently, and you're seeing their shoulders like push through the actual trees and come outwards into some clearings at times. And many of them are either chopping down trees, they're cutting them down, very specific ones. They're very intent in which ones they're cutting down. Or they appear to be almost like in half crouches, and they're hunting. Again, you're high up in elevation, so you have a very good scope of what you're seeing to your left and to your right, which is west and east. So you continue to head north. That's when you get into Monsag here. The gates themselves are closed, and you see two of the actual giants that are on these wooden platforms are stretched and looking out at you as you make way. That's when Leverus, about 200 or so feet before the actual palisade gate that they formed, begins to howl up into the air, signifying that they are there. The gate is opened prematurely as you all run through on the backs of the wolves. It's shut right behind you. They all kind of look as you come through, just like stretching their eyes towards you, still in a run, not stopping. You make your way through the secondary gate that's over by the Great Hall in a similar fashion, and that is when you enter the Great Hall. When you come in, the actual sights and the sounds that you're seeing are a little bit lackluster than what you've experienced here in this place. The trading is certainly happening. There's definitely people that are trading in here, but it's more like they're setting up shop rather than actually doing any sort of selling, right? So they're getting their kind of items positioned upon the ground on long hide rugs and different things that they've collected maybe over the past couple of days, and now they've returned. They're kind of setting it down. There are a few frost giants, and they all particularly have this kind of red mark, not blood, but it seems to be some pain. It's over the shoulder. It's kind of covering the entire right shoulder. And they're going around to some of the actual giants, and they appear to be striking bargains as they're kind of talking, and they're kind of shaking their hands with them, and they're clasping on the shoulders, and they're cheering and doing swigs of mead from the ale horns. And they kind of notice you, and they turn around, and they kind of raise up the horns as well as you make your presence known here. Now, as soon as you come, you see the small table that's resembled there in the Great Hall. You also notice that the king is currently like back at the table behind the throne, sitting at the chair. I'm going to go ahead and delete some tokens, move some people in position. And then I'll activate here. Hopefully y'all can see all of your tokens there. Looking through a few different pieces of parchment that have been unwrapped and like long scrolls out of hide, right, that have been dried and tattered, and just kind of is like thumbing through them with the fingers, looking at almost like a map, right, and it's kind of stretching down as some of these figures that have the red mark are approaching, and just kind of looking towards them and shaking and pointing. Now, what's to note is that the people that have the red mark, they also have the different coloring of the clan that they come from. And so they're not the same unification just by the red mark. They have some diversity there with the different clan. And they're almost talking, what you're hearing overcome in some of the language is one of the words that is translated really well from giant to common is like treasure or loot. And that's what they're talking about in particular. Levrus and the pack kind of drop you off, and that's when Levrus kind of moves in front and kind of kneels down. The king, Grimoire Ylfing, kind of outstretches and immediately takes a step over the table onto the crumbled stone throne. It's all bits and pieces, has yet to be rebuilt, and looks and lets out almost like a sigh of relief. You've all made it back. Wonderful. Levrus, I appreciate your service, and do your master some great diligence, food, rest. Days. Levrus just kind of bows head in respect and disappears before kind of looking towards all of you and lowering the head. It was a pleasure, chosen ones. And then disappears with the rest of the pack and yelping and howling as they disappear out of the Great Hall to the south at that large opening. The daylight is shining through there at the present moment, about 300 or so feet away. I hope that this adventure was fruitful.
Yep.
Yeah, ask
Stonefist is
Dragon
dead.
Boy over there.
Dragon Boy.
Sorry, Dragon Man.
Dragon Man. Why would he be a
dragon
dragon
person.
man?
I don't know.
Dragon
He doesn't
dude.
disclose. It's
We ha-
Dragon Friend.
haven't quite figured out the title yet. It's a work in
Oh.
progress.
I would
We
hope
spent
that
multiple
none of you
ideas
are.
on the
I
way
have
here.
a name.
I would
Yeah.
hope that none of you are friends of dragons.
No, definitely still on the
I mean, I've only met one, and he destroyed a bar.
Yeah, he was a real dick. We're still mad about that tavern situation.
Yes.
I know, especially
was-
because we got blamed for it.
Yeah, he did Barlick wrong, and then we got the
We
blame
got-
somehow.
I got blamed for it.
Well, I mean,
I
you were
got
the-
blamed for it.
Well,
Well, there was a general, oh, you guys bring trouble narrative going around. That was left.
you were just the one up front that he saw first.
I will say the whole glowing white stone thing and the current, scale, not the best optics
I mean, it more
when a
in
white
hindsight.
dragon pops in,
I think
but
more in hindsight now, it definitely has more to do with you than anybody else.
yeah,
In hindsight.
there was probably some perceptiveness there on the whole white dragon, white stone. This guy? Question mark.
I mean, I was more with you at the start than I am now about it not being your fault.
I appreciate that.
It would appear that
much
we have
loyalty.
we've got more dragon shenanigans to go, but we got one to kill today,
I mean,
correct?
if Nyarus kills a bard, then I mean it's her fault. It's not us. She's
You will
the
not
one
be
that takes-
slaying this dragon today. The journey to Helvaric Peak takes several days. I have been organizing, well, the raids come spring. As we are entering winter, a lot of the clans get distressed and restless and whatnot. I've been organizing where to sail come spring. But in the meantime, beyond the business there, I have elected some of my finest warriors to accompany you on this journey. I will send 4 of them with you. They will protect you. The first stop, given the time of the sun in the air, shall be the highland of Jotunvarg. You should get there about nightfall.
Cool, cool.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Of
Hoping
course,
there's not a
chosen ones. It would be my honor.
Are we going anywhere
The pit.
warm?
No.
No, it's getting colder, but
Fighting a white dragon. I'm pretty sure it's going to be cold.
Well, I don't know what white dragons do.
Cold.
You'll be traveling
Cold.
a great distance and gaining a great deal of elevation. It will be very cold.
You know, you seem to know a lot about dragons for not being one, Varys.
I've read a book.
Us
The
giants
pit in
know
this-
a lot about dragons as well, yet. Looks up towards the scolature about the room. But we killed them. It's important that
Varys hasn't-
you know your enemy.
Varys hasn't killed one yet, so
Well,
Key word in that sentence is yet.
well, I mean,
I'm sure
pit
you will
in the
achieve
center
a
of the
great
room.
victory.
yeah, we're pretty excited about this whole trajectory we're currently on. I'm just only a little bit concerned.
The pit in the center of the room. Was that lava?
That
Or
is
something
that
else.
is lava. Yeah, it is slow
Okay.
brewing, slightly cooling and heating at the same time. It's providing heat, but not an uncomfortable amount. And obviously, a great deal of light about this space here. And there is light coming from the rooftop and the thatching, right? Because it's also kind of spaced about open wooden log rafters with these pillars that are kind of rock walled at some points, but mainly exposed with bark. And so it is giving you the heat and the light right now.
If you don't mind me asking, when are we going to be leaving for this journey?
Well, you would be leaving right away. Obviously, you have taken a good distance coming back from where Leverus and the pack have taken you, fighting Stonefist forces.
Yeah, we did a lot of limbering up, though. We're pretty good to go.
I'm sure a walk can do you well on the backs of winter wolves. I imagine those would be not a great ride.
It was actually
Right.
quite soft and warm. We were pretty.
I have no real complaints.
I would do it right now if that was an option.
It kept my feet off the ground.
Fantastic. Well, if you are ready to go, on
I'm ready.
post haste,
Yep.
I will make sure that I will send for the warriors. Let me go fetch them. You see, as he begins
Before you go, Your Highness, you mind if I utilize your fire pit to take care of one small bit of business?
You may use the fire as you wish. It is the heart of the belly fire that comes from the earth and gives us warmth. By Thrym, it shall protect you, and it will be of great use to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And as he
Chosen.
walks out, Dothig's going to take the warhammer from Grawl Stonefist in his hands. Just listen for a moment to see if the voice is there, and probably not hear it. And say a short prayer to Pelor that Grawl, his wife, and his son are their spirits are in a better place. And then I will throw the hammer into the lava.
It's got to be questionable if that's a good place. I mean, the other place I think was a beach. Like, it was in a hammer, but it was a beach and a hammer.
All right. So as you say the prayer, slight light comes through a small crack in the actual rooftop and shines upon you. And you kind of take it, dispense it down into the lava, and you see it kind of begins to bubble. No voice came to you in that moment. Nothing erupted. Seems like whatever there is gone. Ceased to exist. As it does, it slowly begins to sink down and pools with the actual metallic metal begin to kind of form up at the surface before slightly dipping down once more and disappearing.
Oh, I want to throw something too. Bears, give me something to throw.
I know
Oh,
we've got to have more stuff to throw.
why is everyone
Um,
throwing things in lava?
I didn't know we could. I want to throw something in. I'm
It's
gonna
kind
check
of
a
like a
torch
when
in.
in Rome situation.
I don't know. I just like, oh, I didn't know this was a thing we could do.
Idiots.
You know what? I did that. I didn't
don't
do it
know.
for fun. When I picked up that hammer, I heard the voice of a small dwarven boy. Said his name was Marun Stonefist.
That was the guy we killed for the ring.
Aye. Son of the man we just killed back in the mountain. And let me ask you something else. You feel proud of what you did there? Because if you
Is
think
that-
about it, just how much of a fight did he put up? Hmm?
Is this an us question? I feel pretty
Yes,
good
it's
about
a question for all of you.
Who?
how do we feel about I feel pretty good about it.
Aye.
Personally.
You feel
It took
good
a
about
really
you feel good about killing a man that wanted to die?
Well,
one?
I mean, I honestly was fine with killing him before he wanted to die on account of many other extenuating circumstances. But I guess if you want to put it in the context of him wanting to die, then I suppose I also feel, I don't know, helpful.
We're talking about the father or the son here?
What are
Because you
talking
threw the
about?
son in a lava pit just now, I'm pretty sure.
With your
No,
hammer.
the son was gone not long after Grawl died, and I spoke to him. His spirits moved on. So there's nothing but that hammer but the metal made of it. So I threw it in the lava because I figured it's a better place for it after what it's been through and what it was used for.
I feel like it lodged firmly into some part of a dragon anatomy would have also been a really good location for it. Personally.
No, honestly, it would be no different than taking any other hammer and smacking a dragon with it. That's all it was good for now.
You know,
I already got a war hammer. I don't need another one.
that's fine. You have multiple talking hammers. Oh no, you lost. Did you?
No,
did you
the
lose
king
this?
has the other one, and frankly,
did.
he can keep that one because that one was a pain in the arse.
I tell my sword, don't worry, I'm not throwing you in the fire. It's okay.
What I'm trying to say here is that what has happened here, even though we're trying to right some wrongs, there's a cost.
Well, I mean,
Cost for us and a cost for the other side, whether they're willingly or not. And if you ask me, Stonefist, I think, reached his limit and wanted out, but he couldn't take it because it'd be too much of a penalty on his people.
I mean,
And so he did the only thing he could. He fought us like he was supposed to.
he was the one that allied himself with a dragon and Damodar.
He
I
did.
don't feel too bad about him besmirching the former Duke of Harakan.
He did. But I think perhaps, like I said, he reached his limit and gave up.
I didn't get whatever diary page you got. I just got the part where he kept trying to kill us. And so I'm
It was a talking hammer thing again. You know, you had to talk to the.
I've got I talked to my sword and it's pretty much just like death on chant.
Well, your sword is great.
You're right.
way
I
too
have
much.
had some. Oh, sorry. What's that, Varys?
All of y'all talk to your weapons far too much for any normal amount of people.
I mean, this was a.
Cursed
friend thing
items
is
should
pretty
not be
reason-
taken lightly.
I didn't ask to
The
talk to
friend
the
thing-
lad. He was just there. And
Was
he
it a
knew
good
right
kid?
away, as soon as I picked up the hammer, that we were the ones that killed his dad.
We killed him too. Do I
Sure,
feel
Yeah,
bad
I'm
about
also-
it?
No, we
Slayed him
didn't
with my
kill the
own two-
lad.
Yeah, we
Slayed
did.
him with
We
my
didn't
own
kill
two
his
fists.
son.
Yeah, that's
No.
who we killed.
Yeah, that's
No,
separate.
no,
The son was
misunderstanding. Lad, the boy was named Malcolm. He named his boy after his friend Malcolm.
It's
Oh.
confusing on his part.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's. Ooh.
Can we
Okay.
get this like on a written out, like
Is there a
drawn?
flowchart we can make for this? So the boy was named Malrum, and the
Was
guy
he
we
already
killed was
dead?
also named Malrum.
Has it?
Most
Right.
likely, yes.
Okay.
Gotta
And
figure
that's
this
why
out.
his spirit or whatever was in the hammer, and that's why it moved on when his father died.
So we helped the spirit move on. So we were doubly helpful.
I wouldn't say so much help as caused it to happen. It was probably
Well-
bound to happen at whatever point Grawl will pass.
I think Paz might have a point about like all things possibly being alive, and we should stop being worried about them talking because we are all at this point having conversations with what beforehand we had assumed were inanimate objects.
What I've
So
been trying to tell you.
Talk to
It's not-
any weapons.
It's not
that's
weird that things
just-
talk.
I
I
think
ju-
that's just Nyera and Thothic at the moment. I haven't
I've had a
seen Happy.
conversation with some inanimate objects before, hence
Yeah.
the nearly carving of my own heart out.
I
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking about when you say this.
yeah, full disclosure, until recently the friend thing was new, and so talking to inanimate objects wasn't really new. The talking back is kind of the new spooky thing.
And yes, it has been me, and
Oh.
it's been a coincidence at best.
I was once
It's not like I
told
choose for it to happen.
I was once told you're not crazy for talking to yourself, you're crazy for answering yourself.
Well,
Your
if
math
I
will
ever
tell you
start
that,
doing
too.
that, then take my warhammer and whack me in the skull.
I don't think I could do that.
Maybe not.
Oh,
After some time,
I have some shopping to do. I'm leaving. Sorry.
12 minutes or so of time.
Oh, I
kinda
need
passes
darts.
by.
Hold on.
You all need equipment before you go. Is that
I'm
I
just
guess
gonna-
they
I
do.
think-
so?
I'm
Paz,
ready to go.
Yes and
so
no.
hold on. So Paz, you're going to try to find darts.
I'm gonna ask Thoughtfig if he could get darts while he's out.
From giants.
I'm not
From
leaving because
giants.
I'm not
Ah,
gonna shop.
Let me lay something out for you here,
Well-
lad. You want a dart, right? That
need
fits
darts.
your hand, right?
All right.
When you have a bunch of giants here who could throw you like a dart, all right?
I mean,
What do you
and
think
me
I'm
have
gonna find if
relatively
I ask
same
for
size
darts?
hands. Just find something like a dart that would fit your hand.
So
I would be looking for
We-
for
Like a
giant
Pointy
toothpicks.
football.
we can shop after when we get going because you're gonna be heading out of Monsag, right? So
Right.
we can shop as we go. So 12 minutes pass by. The king kind of shows back up, and then as you see some of these actual frost giants begin to walk upwards, many of them holding a great axe. Another one has a battle axe with a kind of a smaller kind of a blade, which is actually made out of a dragon like talon that's been kind of carved downwards and then turned into a
I want
weapon.
that. I
King
like
kind
that.
of shows his hands.
I already have a
I
cool
give to
dragon
you
form.
Clan Monsag's finest,
I know.
led by Wolfsing Volsong, one of my greatest warriors, which is this particular one.
Man, they've all got cool hair.
Kind of like lowers the head.
Wolfsing Volsung.
Wait, I thought Uthrin was the
Chosen
king.
ones,
Hooey.
I am Wolfsing Volsong. It is a pleasure to serve with you in the fight. We are to be heading to the Highland of Jotunvarg by nightfall.
Yep, you're not wrong.
You are
Hey,
more than
yep.
welcome to accompany our shoulders on the voyage.
Yes.
That'll make
Absolutely.
for more time. We move faster than you in those two little legs.
I mean, I'm pretty fast.
That's actually
can't all
true,
be
Paz. You actually probably yeah. Even though you have literally the smallest legs, you actually move probably faster than them.
You're gonna just defiantly run alongside them. Don't get on.
Just gonna be Sonic the Hedgehogging him just as they're just
Yeah.
taking steps.
Yeah.
Like, just what? What? Just doing laps.
My king. Kind of looks down and kneels. We will bring you the head of Ithrin, and it will hang in this great hall for all to remember of your name, for Clan Monsag, and for the collective.
We might take some trophies.
Let us go.
Just like a few trophies.
Yes. I
Yes,
want
let's
teeth.
go.
I want teeth.
All right.
I need teeth. I have
I also
ideas
want
for
teeth.
teeth.
Me too.
I call the first dibs.
I love how there's just a random ass cone right here.
That's my bad. I don't know how to undo it.
I got
Done.
I threw that out there on accident before
What are
we
you
got
doing,
spaced in.
Haley? God!
Yeah.
I was like,
Casting
maybe-
random spells in the giant village. Jeez.
I was like, maybe it'll be gone when we come back. Everything's on fire. Like,
Yeah, that's it. Just run around burning hands everywhere.
Nobody'll know.
Shoot.
If I don't say anything, no one will notice.
Imagine how embarrassed I was when I came back and it was still there on
that's-
fire. That was awkward for me.
That's in there. All right, so you all head down into Monsag, and again, you're having the community vibe. There's people like looking at you as you make your way out. They saw you all enter in with the pack, and so they've been gathering around now at the outside of the Great Hall, and outside of that gate, the inner gate there to the Great Hall. And they're kind of looking towards you, and as you make your way through, you see kind of Wolfsing is kind of like moving past, and there's a little bit of fear that you're noticing from all of them when Wolfsing is moving past, stretching, looking left and looking right. Definitely seems maybe like more respect for this particular frost giant. This frost giant has seen some things, and the three guard that are with, or at least the frost giants that are with, they are with Wolfsing underneath the king, right? So they're equal amount of respect given, and they're kind of pushing and shoving some of them back, just kind of clearing a path for all of you to make way. And now you're kind of getting towards Nimsong, which is that large lodge that crosses over the river, kind of more like a bridge, but slightly, drinking hall. And you have your realm of traders around Nimsong. To the north, to the south, on the other side, on either side, there are people that have like large things that are draped over the snow of hide and leathers, and their goods are placed down upon them. Several huts have been pitched, just like canopies, really, with open open sides, and they're kind of fleeing their trinkets and other things. A lot of stuff that you're seeing in this particular moment seems rather outside of the continent. This is stuff that is plundered. They go to and they raid like places. This is how they namely do in the spring and the summertime. They come back and they sell them. So that's what they're doing right now. Is they're kind of selling, and they're exchanging not just gold, but they're really bartering. So you're not seeing a lot of coin exchanged. You're seeing more bartering of other items that are foraged or found. There's a lot of trophies or creature parts and other sorts of knick-knack things that you would be like, hey, how is this even valuable? Like, if I was in like a humanoid city, right? Like, this doesn't seem valuable at all. But to them, it's priceless, right? So, Paz, you're gonna go try to find darts.
I just asked Thothig if he could find them while he's going out.
Okay, so Thothig, you're gonna try to find darts while you go out. What are you trying to find at the present moment?
I'm trying to find 2 platinum rings, each one worth 50 gold.
I didn't feel like I understand what you're trying to find. Okay. I want you to go ahead and roll just a flat wisdom check.
Wisdom check.
Wisdom. Oof.
And you don't
Hey.
speak
Jeez.
giant, right?
I do not.
Okay.
And I could resolve that situation if I prepared the right spells. But anyway.
So you go around, you're navigating through. It comes apparent that you're kind of stopping and you're looking through, and so Wolfsing is almost like looking at you, moved away right off the path that they're intending to head east, a little bit north outside of Monsag, and begins to almost follow you now, right, and kind of accompany you, and just kind of stops at your backside. What are you looking for?
Hey guys.
What's up?
Hey.
Hey, sorry. I think my internet died, which is really fun for me.
Okay.
But I don't know what's going on because I just hopped on my phone.
It's all right.
So think shopping.
Okay. So I didn't miss anything. We're shopping.
Yeah, just stay on your phone, and then if we get to like, if it doesn't come back and we get to combat, or whatever, I can move your position. One of you can share screen maybe, and then tapping into it, and then just tell me what you want to do on your turn. That's fine. We can do it that way. So,
Okay, sounds good.
does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So Wolfsing's kind of behind you. Is kind of prompted a little bit.
What was he say that in common or?
Yeah, he said in a comment towards you,
Okay.
towards your backside.
Oh, I'm looking for a pair of rings, specifically made of platinum, and hopefully estimate the value about 50 gold each. So I'm looking to buy 100 gold in platinum rings.
Takes his hand, lowers it down towards you to hop onto the hand.
Whoop.
Puts it on the shoulder, trudges through. As it does, it comes to this male frost giant that has hide that goes a stretch, and there's like a satchel that goes over the shoulder, and there's little bits of trinkets and jewelry that is being sold. And a lot of people are grabbing it by the bucketfuls and just kind of spooning it outwards into large baskets that are interwoven in some of the thickets and branches and trees. Kind of moves over to him, begins to speak giant. As they do, you see that this trader kind of puts the hands up just a little bit, not like hostage, but more of like in respect, and kind of bows slightly. And then he grabs the hands into a pool of platinum and mixture of different things, begins to kind of thumb through them in the palm, and then begins to hand you 2 platinum rings, and then puts the rest down, and then just walks away.
He's not looking for payment.
Is that what you asked,
He just-
Wolfsing?
Yes, that's why I asked. He's just giving them to me.
There's a level of respect that I have here.
But surely, I mean, look, lad, I don't quite know how it works here for you giants. Please, if there's something you can do for him, I'd appreciate it, because certainly I don't quite feel right just accepting this and not giving something back.
I understand. They are more gracious to allow you these rings so you may wear them while you kill this dragon.
That's a little more complicated than that, but yeah, it is part of killing the dragon.
Then it will be part of whatever you do to slay it. This is the way it is, my Thrym guide us.
All right,
Yeah, I'm more than
take that to heart.
more than welcome to give you what you need to kill them. In so doing, they are part of this adventure. After all,
all right.
we all are after dining in the halls of Thrym.
Well then, someone let Thrym know that man should have a place at the table. There's one other thing I need. The very wee one of our group, he needs some darts.
Not much
But I imagine
value.
I imagine the darts you make are, right for your size. We need some for his size.
See. Well, let us find out. Begins to walk through the crowd. Goes up to a utensil shop with other sorts of forks and spoons and different things. Begins to thumb through what you imagine to be
big knives.
toothpicks. Grab some toothpicks out. All right, so we don't have to roleplay that one, but as you can go ahead and throw on however many darts you want. That's totally fine. And then Thothic, I went ahead and put 2 platinum rings into your inventory.
Okay. When we get back to the group, how do I give one to someone?
I think you have to trade it, select it.
There's a trade icon at the bottom of your sheet that you can click.
Yeah, there's
okay, got it. Send to player. Yep. Okay, cool. So when we get to the group, I'll go up to Nayara, Lass. You got a moment?
Yes. Is this about the dead people thing?
No, this is that'll probably be an ongoing conversation. We don't have to continue it right now.
Cool.
Something I want to give you that'll help us against this big scaly bastard. Don't get the wrong idea about this. I'm not giving this to you for any other reason other than it's necessary for something I could do to protect you.
Not a friendship thing.
Oops.
Vaz,
well,
I think he's gonna
I mean,
propose.
friendship, yes, I'm doing it in friendship. I'm not going to say it's not.
I don't think so.
He has a ring. He's giving it to her.
People give people rings for more than reasons to just proposal.
It's beautiful.
It's
I think. Are you in right now? Because it's not letting
No,
me
I'm
send
trying
it
to
to you.
connect. Have
Okay.
have Michael do it. I'm in the
Yeah. If you could
uh,
give Nair one of the platinum rings, I'd
I'm
appreciate
trying
it.
to figure out if I can just
Okay.
hotspot for the computer. It's a work in progress.
Yeah, I can drag it in.
Thank you. And yeah, so Thorthig will give you one of the platinum rings.
So this is technically a friendship thing.
That's fine. Yeah, yes. You want to call it friendship? Yes, absolutely in friendship. But it will help with the fight against the dragon later. So before we get there, before we actually get fully involved in that shit, come see me. There's a little spell I need to cast.
Aye, aye, friend. Sorry, I killed your friend in the mountain.
Mhm.
I can tell you're really
No,
emotional about this. I know you guys.
Thorthig shakes his head. He starts walking towards Paz.
I don't know when you guys got so close, but I'm sorry that I killed your friend.
Paz,
Paz.
here.
I think
Here.
you're getting proposed to.
You think this will work for darts, Paz? They're giant toothpicks, but I mean, come on, they're pretty pointy. You probably
I'm
put
pretty good
someone's
at
eye out with
everything.
them.
I can carve him to what I need.
All right, there you go.
It'll be a long journey.
Yeah, don't
I
ask me to do
graciously
it.
accept. Thank you. Here. I'm just gonna throw 2 gold at him because that's what I have on me.
No, lad, no, here, keep
Nope,
it.
nope, it's yours. It's not mine anymore. I'm gonna run away.
Fucking weirdos.
Master of Mercantile.
All right, that's all.
Okay. So as you return back to the group, crossing over Nimsong, at this point you kind of begin to make your way outside of the kind of collective, and you see this kind of broad inner slope of knolls of snow as they begin to kind of crest themselves up into mountainside. And there's a slight passageway that kind of leads northeast as well as one southeast. You're seeing these little crevices within the actual mountains, draped over snow with evergreens beginning to become sparse as they climb up in elevation. The particular path that they're kind of point to, speaking in giant, is to the northeast, and this one, as you stretch and see, you can actually see the peak from here in the distance, and it is miles off in high elevation gain, and it would take you at this distance just by seeing where it's at several days. So it'll take about 3 days to actually get there. They are talking in giant, figuring it out, and they kind of shake the heads, and Wolfsing almost looks down towards all of you. Chosen ones, please let us take you upon our shoulders. Begin to kind of stretch their hands down to grab each of you and put you upon the actual shoulders so you may ride them.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Do you
Easy.
mind if I shave down these toothpicks on your shoulder?
The one that you are on past. Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent.
All right. Begin
Those think
to
obviously climb on shoulders too.
Yeah. So as everyone kind of climbs on the shoulders, you all begin to head out. I'm going to advance the clock as we get down to about 8:30 p.m. We're going to activate the next scene.
Keep an eye out for any kind of shrine or something. The king said there might be a place where I could obtain something I need. I don't know what it is, but
Is that what you're asking Wolfsing on the journey?
him, all the giants, and the group in general.
So as you kind of stretch it out, they begin to have talk in giant. Then Wolfsing speaks from the position of authority. Yes, well, That'll be on this journey. It is on the path. It was not far when Javarig laid their lair close to Helvarig Peak. This shrine is a connection to Thrym. With what you give, it will give back in respect for your adventure. Something of heart, something important to you. Whatever weight that is, it will give back to you in kind. We will get there not at the end of this day, but at the end of the next day.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll remember that.
We
I'm
got
gonna
a trade
talk-
for a door.
Say it
I'm
again.
gonna-
So we have to trade for a door.
Not a door, lass. Something much more potent.
I want to talk to my giant on the way there.
Okay.
So what's your name?
Looks towards you. My name is Vorum.
Vorum.
Mm,
Hi, Vorum. I'm Paz. Have you heard about the gracious and wonderful leader that guides us all through life?
All my eyes for my giant.
Not say that I have.
It's really cool, and I need to find him. Have you seen him?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, thank you for your time. I greatly appreciate the ride.
Welcome, chosen one.
Are you the one with the massive sword made out of a dragon's claw?
No.
Oh. Why don't you have a massive dragon claw sword?
I have not slain a dragon.
Oh. So that guy has, huh?
Wolfsing Vorsong has slain a spawn of Javari.
I see. I mean, you're gonna slay this one, right? We got this one.
This is a quest for you all. We have been given instruct orders from King Wolfing to allow
Oh.
you to kill this dragon.
I see.
We
I
will
see.
take you to its lair.
On my phone. What's this? For the moon.
This deeply saddened Wolfsing, for his brother was killed by Ithrin.
I see. Well, I'll carve your name onto a dart and try to kill him with it. If not, it'll probably just be really annoying for him to get hit by it.
Well, you do well, little one. You do well.
I mean, how'd you become a giant?
I was born this way.
Oh, like you were just always this tall? Like, were you ever at one point like normal human sized?
No, not even at birth.
Man.
I spent many moons fighting and sailing and killing your kind.
My kind.
Yes.
Crap. I'm sorry.
Well,
Don't-
they taste delicious, so don't be sorry.
Oh, crap. Yes! It's gonna eat me!
I'm not
Okay.
going to eat you. I'm gonna unpause it. Go ahead and move your tokens to whatever respective giant you would like to ride.
I don't know which one.
I put you on the.
Oh, excellent.
You asked the name of this particular one, so I went
Yes.
ahead and made sure to put the name, and I will actually edit that to showcase the name.
Well, Vorb, you might not be the biggest giant sling expert, but do you have any tips that will help me kill a dragon faster?
Don't die.
Alright?
Can I just like cast Mage Hand and just have it cover Paz's mouth?
I don't think you can actually, because I don't think it can interact. I think sound
Yeah.
can go through it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, can I use it to like push up on his jaw so he can't move his jaw?
Yeah, you can give
I
a little
can
bit of
try.
a little bit of a nudge. So Paz, you're feeling like a little hand kind of push up at your jaw and try to shut it. But
second question if you don't mind.
That's a good idea. I can prepare something for that for certain days if you don't want to hear him.
I really need to get myself the silence spell.
Aye.
Well, seeing as how Paz isn't gonna shut up, I'm just gonna let go of the spell.
Okay. So this is about 6 hours, right? So you see that the snow itself went from slightly heavy on this journey, temperatures right around 27 degrees Fahrenheit. It has tanked down to about 12 degrees Fahrenheit. It is extremely cold, and it's going to get colder and colder and colder as the night progresses into the morning. But the snow actually has stopped, right? So it's a slight kind of overcast. You can see the moonlight penetrating through. It's giving a little bit of light to the scenery here. And for about the last 3/4 of a mile, you've actually been traversing across a large flat piece of tundra that is rippled with ravines. This is very iconic in a lot of different Icelandic kind of areas and things with water that's moved through. And so these ripples and these actual ravines resemble that of underwater, maybe rivers, right? So interworking of stuff that's moving through or has been moved through. And so the sharp ice scaling has kind of gone down into the depths. Depths you're not entirely sure at this point, but it's been all over. The giants themselves have kind of stepped over them, right? So they're taking you across. Some of them are really large in the width. Resembles that maybe distances you couldn't even jump with your strength. And so, yeah, even with a long jump. And so they're helping you kind of guide and crest over them. There's some outcroppings of thicket bushes within actual dirt terrain. Some trees that actually grow out here as well. So it's not just this rippling. But you've come to this part where you can see that there is kind of a crossroads of the ravines. And there's a large kind of gaping kind of area with escaping ice. And something to note, just on visible perception without actually having to roll anything, because all of you have decent passive perception, you can see that the terrain around that convergence is relatively disturbed. There seems to be things that have kind of kicked upwards, and ice has been kind of kicked and kind of almost like something emerged from it. And you notice immediately when you've come and you onto the map, Wolfsing almost goes to a half crouch with you on the shoulders, kind of stretches and puts the entire hand onto the earth and just kind of feels it for a second. Just kind of hovering there for a moment, just looks right and left. And that's when it grabs the actual meaty hand and begins to pull left and then pull right, addressing some of the actual giants with you on the backs to begin to move in those directions. Before they actually move, they go to prompt if you would like to be put down. So they're almost like putting the palms out if you want to be brought down onto the ground or if you want to continue to ride them as they begin to navigate around. Wolfsing has not spoken. It does not make any voice at all. It's just moving hands.
Stealthy's gonna kneel down and just like grab onto whatever clothing he's on the shoulder to get a firm grip, and he's gonna like motion his hand forward.
Okay. I also want to note that Gilga and Wingstar are with you. I'm gonna have them brought in case when combat happens. Right, I'll bring them into the map in the positions that I would expect them to be in based on what they've been in the past. So Thothic, you're just saying go forward. Not
That's
saying
for me, yo.
motion.
But yeah,
what's that?
kind of give him the idea that I'm gonna stay on his shoulder.
Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay, cool.
I'm back. So which means I think for now I don't need the stream.
Okay.
Thank you. Just really quick. I was like listening, but I was listening while trying to solve all of this. We've arrived at a rift, a crevice.
A tundra. We're in like a tundra with a bunch of different ravines, and the giants keep kind of just like gone quiet. And they, from context clues, there's probably something underneath the ground, some kind of
Very
monster.
fjord-like.
Gotcha. So we're gonna have more of our damn tunnelers possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I'm staying on the giant, and I'm staying still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone's remaining on the shoulders, right, as they progress. Okay, just wanted to clarify. Giving you all the option in case you want to hop down. So I'm going to go ahead and move you in groupings to get you in position. So you see this one kind of moves over here. Those on Wolfsing is going to approach here directly through. This one is going to go here. and then this one is going to follow suit, coming up the backside. So they're almost at this point. They're slowly moving, right? So you assemble that this is a stealth, so they are stealthing right now. This is as stealthy as they can get. I went ahead and blind rolled, so you shouldn't see any dice or anything. Yeah, what's up?
Is the giant's hair long enough for me to attempt to hide in its hair?
It is.
I would like to do that.
All right, go ahead and give me a stealth check with advantage.
I'm going to go invisible on those giant shoulders.
I'd like to do the hair trick.
You want to do the
I
hair
have
trick?
no, just because I saw it. I saw Varys do it and was like,
All right, so you would roll a stealth normally because you have disadvantage naturally from being.
I for sure would. I for sure do. All right. There's for sure no stealth here. All right.
27 stealth.
Ooh, so a 4, right?
Yeah, I'll take. Yeah. I'll take the first roll that you provided me, which is the 14. And then Varys, you do have advantage, but you rolled.
I'm just gonna leave it at.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to take. Take higher than that. That's pretty high. So
I mean, if I had my potion on, it'd be higher. But
yeah, all right. So you're kind of like into the hair, just like disappear into the hair, right? Like just completely gone.
I get the stealth vibe.
You get the stealth vibe, exactly. So I'm gonna go ahead and ping this one in particular. You just kind of stumbling and moves over the rock and is making a great deal of noise, like crunching.
Yeah, I'm
things.
not super hyped to be here right now.
And so Wolfsing just like slowly looks like kind of snaps left, right? Not slowly, but it's like snaps and just like puts out the hand like this as he begins to point down at the hole, and then there's an immediate rumble from the noise of this Western Frost giant, and you see the shock of the eyes kind of come out, and then like gripping the axe. It's when they begin to draw their weapons outwards. Great Axe is on the back. Wolfsing's is on the sides. And they're just like slowly like pulling them out, trying to be as cautious as possible. The rumble becomes intense and just like begins to erupt and vibrate out of the earth as this one in particular begins to move onto this flank, and then this one moves over to support. Okay, so they're still getting movements in. Now, the rumbling is becoming so intense that you're having to hang on, right? And it's like kind of shaking, and even the giants are like slowly rotating and moving. And then out emerging from the actual ground is a massive creature. So as it protrudes outwards, it is just part of the body of the creature. And as it does, it stands roughly 35 feet into the air with just part of its body as it's kind of cresting itself, and different debris is pushing outwards of the hole, suggesting that it actually is bigger than the hole that is currently there. And as it kind of moves, it's kind of cracking its body, and then it's rotating, it's looking, and it's trying to perceive, and it's moving these tendrils and different things. And that's when Wolfsing just doesn't even move. It's like completely frozen solid, and then it snaps over to this one right here. It just like steps and looks towards it and lets out this incredible shriek. As it shrieks up into the air, but play it out.
Even my giant wouldn't be stealthy. Like I'd even get the giant that's like, fuck, feet. What are those?
Maybe you should have got to know a little bit better.
I had internet problems. It's hard to bond when you can't connect.
As the shriek kind of comes up, kind of hisses outwards, its mandibles like uncurl themselves and reveal its like kind of heated core, right? So it's hot and it's causing this like kind of shimmering effect between the cooling and the heating. And it's at this point I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Yep.
Do this.
I honestly think that it stumbled and I did bond. I think I went, I do that.
Well, that's a good initiative for me.
Let's see what I get, which is crap usually. I don't initiate well. And I didn't. Solid 5, as usual. Wow, pass.
Net 20.
First and always.
I'm so glad that you once again get to be first for this fun little guy.
Yeah.
This is an adult Remora, though. That's going to be the fun part.
Mm-hmm. It was so good with the baby. Can't wait to do it again.
I am so glad I took Witch Bolt, because now I can actually do damage to it.
Now I know.
Varys, you got this, right? When we find Varys, he hopefully has this.
I'm just gonna whisper to Vor. I'm on your shoulder. What do you want me to do?
I'm gonna whisper to mine. Fuck.
Make sure they've long rested here.
Aye.
Alright, so as you whisper to Worm in the ear, kind of like slowly, wait for it to emerge, and then it kind of comes up like, don't die. Alright, Paz, you're up.
Solid.
I don't have a great track record with not dying.
It's accurate.
I do want to make a note. Anytime you want to be lowered, it will not cost movement speed. They will just lower you freely. That's the end of that, okay?
Hell no, I'm staying on this thing.
Okay.
Yes.
He's getting eaten, not me. I will go ahead, and now that I've restocked and resupplied, chuck it a dart.
Excellent toss.
Missing the dart.
16 he just disappears, and you see a little, like a little, just bounces off.
It like
just
fizzes out.
just
like
kind of
heats up
in
just
the
a little.
darkness, and it just kind of like hear a little tunk noise. And immediately it slowly rotates.
Yes.
Dart.
Throwing another one. 25. It's kind of moves this and raises, and you aim for the dart inside of the mandibles as it strikes through. 25 hits, does 6 points of piercing damage.
That's a start. That's a real start.
Oh crap. This is gonna end very well.
Why? Last time went really well.
I'm going, and if I don't die the first time it eats me, I will be just fine. And I will end my turn.
Okay. So ending your turn, we come to Gilga. Gilga on the back of this particular frost giant here is going to send out a magic missile.
Magic missile.
Seems like something Gilga would do, yeah?
Seems on brand.
It does seem on brand. Alright, first strike coming out does 2 points of damage. Second dart does 3 points of damage, and then the third dart does 2 points of damage. Does not leave the frost giant, stays upon their shoulders. That's going to take the action up, and has no use for the bonus action. So ends the turn. Come to this particular giant. This one's actually going to pick up, going to take the axe and slam down into the ice, grabbing a great deal of it that has been broken off and take it up almost as if it's a rock, and then is going to throw it at the creature. It's going to launch this at 26 to hit. That does 20 points of bludgeoning damage. It smacks the creature into the head.
It's a frozen rock.
Ends its turn. So you're up.
Actual rock, not ice.
Yeah, frozen piece of ice.
Soot's gonna. I don't know if I want to be let down just yet, so I'm just gonna. Just sitting on, Wolfsing's shoulder. He's just gonna, in his cat form, he's gonna rub his paws together, and with the static, he's just gonna cast Witch Bolt.
Okay.
Hey, that's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, 23 is going to hit. That does total of 10 points of lightning damage. Slaps into the side of the upper torso part of its body. Kind of splinters in different pieces of its carapace.
And I'll just end my turn with that. I'm not gonna summon my wolf because that thing's just gonna die instantly.
All right, come to the creature. The creature, as it's hit, dart to rock to the actual thing. It just immediately turns and then dives itself down into the earth, disappearing as it goes through, and you see the earth itself begins to move. When Wolfsing kind of grabs and is almost like circling as the rest of the frost giants are almost like kind of looking left and right in anticipation for where it is going to emerge from. As you see, as it begins to rumble, Wolfsing immediately snaps and rotates in anticipation. It comes out, exploding up from the actual earth, Wolfson kind of braces back. Any of you can be in any position on the giant at any point in time. I do want to make a note of that. You can do it not on your turn,
Yeah.
just FYI. So you can see that it kind of
That's
braces
why I moved
itself
just-
outwards
yeah.
as the creature begins to extend its body in for a bite. Comes into strike. That is a 20. Does a total of 64 points of piercing and fire damage as it bites into the shoulder of Wolfsing. As he does, he kind of shoves it off. Too large to actually be swallowed by this creature as he kind of shoves it offwards. That is going to be the end of the creature's turn, but it does burrow again before it ends its turn. Dives down back into the earth.
Great.
So Vorum is immediately going to charge forward, moving upwards here. I'm going to move you both, and just he's almost coming to the edge of the hole, the original hole, and raising the axe and kind of looking and shaking the head, kind of getting ready for it to potentially emerge from its original location. This one in particular already kind of motioned. The snap was there. It's actually going to take a little bit of movement to backtrack across the ice and the ravines so that it can see down into the darkness of this spot. So it's actually moving back just a little bit to see into this ravine and stretches it. As it does, it breaks off a piece of ice and grabs a rock and gets ready to throw at anything that would emerge itself or move. All right, Fairstrop.
I am gonna stay hidden within the giant for
Okay.
now.
Okay.
So I don't really have anything else I want to do just yet.
So staying hidden, obviously the stealth check is still... The creature did not seem to perceive you, so you can take your action to ready something if you so choose to.
I will. Nah, I'm just gonna chill. I don't want to. I'm not gonna try and shoot it with a crossbow. So.
Okay, just chilling. All right, thought figure up.
I'm just gonna lay my hand down on Volsing and we cast spell. Whoops, please.
All right, so you
Heal him
heal
for 19 points of damage.
right on. So you get Wolfson kind of healing. You see some of the bite wounds, from the insides of these mandibles begin to slowly heal from the shoulder. Kind of grunts in respect.
I look like it hurt, and end my turn there.
All right, we come to Wingsong. Well, we know what Wingsong is immediately going to be doing, looking towards Paz, and obviously casting a bardic inspiration, because that's just what
I was gonna say,
Wingsong...
detecting thoughts.
That tracks.
Yeah, trying to be
Detecting
about
Read
thoughts.
thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know if this creature's that intelligent to be able to detect that. So we have
But he would be.
No, detecting it on Paz. Like, is Paz actually thinking anything? or
let's look at the
throwing darts?
inventory here. Does not have a ranged weapon, so that is disappointing.
Not shocking, just
Not
disappointing.
shocking, just disappointing. And I'm gonna go ahead and say takes the action to stealth. Given the there, so it gets
If
a
outright
18
running isn't a
18 to
choice.
stealth. So bonus action for the bardic inspiration towards you, Paz. And what would Wingsong do? You got this first. Oh, that's definitely not what they would do. Okay, so as you hided, similar fashion, Wingsong kind of hides into Vorum's hair here. Ends the turn. Here you go.
Okay. I'm gonna ready an action, I think. Is
Yep.
my best bet. So I'm gonna ready an action if that thing bursts up in front of me. I'm going to take a swing at it with the battle axe of friendship.
Okay. All right, so ends your turn.
I'm
then?
not getting down.
Okay, so not getting
Yeah.
down, taking your readying it to swing with a battle axe of friendship. Wolfsing is going to take 5 steps, just slowly moves back out of the hole that's in the center there. What's up?
So I would lose concentration on Witch Bolt because it went back under the ground. Because it has total cover from me.
That is correct. You would.
Remember when you were excited about doing damage to it?
All
I
of
mean,
my...
I did damage to it. It just
Yeah,
instantly
he's-
broke my link to do free damage.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. All my spells are fire-based, so they're pretty much gonna do fuck all right now, so...
Alright, so all it does, Wolfsync just kind of moves 5 feet back and looks, kind of raises up the hand to be quiet. Just don't make any sudden moves and give away positions. Grabs the weapons and then readies an attack for whatever pops up at its position. Alright, Paz, you're up.
Alright, so it's has it popped up?
Damn it. Damn it. I- Gotta remember my features. Anyway.
You should remember your features, since I think
Yeah,
that was something
you
should
know,
have done.
you know what I missed.
Yeah,
You know exactly what
very,
I missed.
very aware of it.
Yeah. I'm a warcaster. I could have cast something at it as it moved away from Volsing.
I will.
God.
Crap! I can't see it. There's nothing here. I will. Can I take an action to? I just want to help Vorum.
Yeah, you can help Vorum. Yeah, for sure. Give it Vorum advantage.
I'm going to take my action to help Vorum.
All right, how do you help Vorum?
I'm gonna let him know when it pops up and where it's at and where it looks like there might be an opening to really strike down really good.
I like it. I like it.
Yes, new one, we have it now.
With my ability to not see in the dark and your ability to swing great axes, we'll do great things for him. I believe in us.
All right, so we end your turn with your action to help Vorum. Gilga is going to do a similar thing. It is going to help with Sentry as well upon the shoulders of this particular giant. So what if Eris, the one with you, is being helped currently with her action that they take on the next go around. This one is going to stop, not move, slightly rotate directly in that position as the rumble itself begins to intensify once more. It's beginning to kind of fill it out. It's going to ready an action to swing with the great axe at whatever comes within its range of reach. Ends its turn. Suit, you're up.
Seeing as how I can't really do much, I am just going to do the same. I'm gonna ready another, such as gonna rub his paws together. He's gonna ready Witch Bolt, and I'm going to not fire when it pops up. I'm gonna fire when it goes into combat with somebody else.
Okay, so fire when it's in combat. Okay, very specifically. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. All right, so we end your turn there. We come to the creatures. The rumble intensifies once more. It springs upward towards you are, Naera, on your giant. You see as the rock throws the ice block into the actual fjord, the ravine, before it gets within the range to have disadvantage. It's going to be 14, just misses as it hits into the ravine and dances down. Naera, go ahead. Swing the battle axe, friendship.
Come on, no whammies.
Or your weird berserker sword.
Oh, wait. You must target a token. That's my B. Could you target the big one, please? That would be so nice.
Yes, the largest creature on the map right now.
Do you think maybe I want to hit the big thing that just appeared? Possibly. All right. Friendship.
That 20!
All right, you know what?
Friendship works.
Friendship.
All right, I'm
Friendship
going to add...
is better than bloodlust.
I'm going to add, so to plus 4, but you didn't add your dueling, so you are swinging it single hand, so I'm going to go ahead and add additional plus 4 to that, so 22 points of damage is dealt in total. As you come across you hear the subtle words of friendship as it strikes outwards into the creature as you swipe into one of its kind of like appendage fins as it's going in a bite towards this particular giant. Goes in for the bite.
Doesn't she also have fire damage? Oh yeah, never mind. I forgot. Yeah.
I don't think we need a prompt for fire damage at this point. So
I also feel very strongly about the refusal to acknowledge the fire damage. Stupid fire word.
All right, so it does a total of 79 points of piercing and fire damage. In particular, grabs on, rips, kind of yells outwards. Again, this creature is too large, so the giant is too large to be swallowed by this particular creature. And kind of shoves, begins to pull violently as the creature lurches back and roars. As it does, it once more goes into the ground. begins to burrow down. He holds the
Son of a
shoulder.
whore.
Wolf
Attack of opportunity.
Kind of yells outwards.
You can take attack of opportunity.
You can.
Oh yeah, do I get an attack of opportunity?
No, because the reaction for using the held action.
You're
that's right, you had
You reacted.
Yeah.
That's
And
true.
the
Yeah, that's
giant
right.
is
My bad.
giant is still reacting from the blow that was still to the shoulders. So not taking
Good.
attack of opportunity. So no attack of opportunity can be given. Kind of Vorum. Vorum like now snaps and looks left. Grabs off a piece of ice and holds it there. Gets ready to throw it. Anything that pops out. Grabbing the
You
shoulder.
got this, War.
Begins to run, retreating
Oh shoot.
as he runs
Retreating
directly
where?
here. Directly
Okay.
here to this side. Kind of kneels down, grabbing and looking, kind of stretching the head outwards like this, looking down the ravine, seeing what
you're
passageway
gonna
it
get
looks
your-
towards. Wolfsong, it's coming for you! As it kind of yells as you hear the tunneling and the effect from it's seeing it right within the darkness as it tunnels through towards Wolfsong. Varys, you're up.
I am gonna need him to not put his head over crevices when there's a death worm biting people.
Okay, so I hear the shout and I'm close enough. I want to move towards the like top of the giant's head, but stay in its hair, so I'm
Okay.
still hidden.
Okay.
And then I want to ready an action to use my blood curse if it pops out next to me.
Okay. Sounds good. All right,
So I'm
Thought
just
Figure.
like holding a crossbow bolt.
Getting it ready. I like it.
Yeah.
Thought Figure up.
If it pops up next to Wolfsong, would that put me also in melee range?
Yeah, so you have now.
Okay.
I do want to state as well. You have the reach of within 5 feet of that square. So the giants encompass a 3x3. So you have that 5 feet outside the 3x3. So 4x4 is your attack range.
Well, the problem is if I want to use something ranged, I'll be at disadvantage.
4x4 that makes sense. It's 5x5.
Let's see. All right. Do that. Help who we can now. I can't target Soot.
Yeah, I'll move myself off slightly so you can just target me.
Please. There we go. I bless the three of you. You are blessed.
All right, Wing Song. What are we doing, Wing Song? Spells. I'm gonna say Wing Song prepares a. I don't know if Wing Song. I mean, what would Dissonant Whispers? I feel like that was one of the things that Happy was using so often was Dissonant Whispers.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm trying
definitely
to.
was.
But
I
he's
wanna-
got to see the thing.
I know, but like
He's got to wait for it to pop up.
within range can hear, so there's a hearing factor here. I
Yeah.
just don't think. I think Wingsung would have learned that maybe Dissonant Whispers is not an all-use spell.
You say you think he would have learned. I'm not convinced.
Yeah.
I know, right? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. Actually, we're gonna say ready the Dissonant Whispers level 1 spell if it's within the range to be able to cast, so the creature emerges. So that's gonna be Wingsong's ready action there. Naira, you're up.
All right, I'm readying an action as well. Okay, so he says it's heading for Volsing. Although I'm not convinced that yelling is not distracting to the death worm. So just in case it goes, well, what? And comes over here, I am gonna ready an action to swing on it again.
Alright, we come to Wolfsing, not seeing it pop out, begins to stow its weapons and grits its shoulders ready. He's going to attempt to grapple the creature when it emerges.
Oh.
Happy, you're up. Oh, sorry, Paz, you're up.
So, I want to Vorm's holding like a chunk of ice ready to throw it, right?
Oh yeah.
And say, "Chuck me on it! I got this!"
All right. Grabs you, puts you on the rock.
I'm going to ready an action that if Vorm hits this thing and I'm with it, I'm going to try to hang on and just try to hang on and grapple this thing.
Okay.
Take me where it's gonna go.
Take you where it's going. Gets ready.
We gotta do this. We're going for a ride.
All right, Paz is going to go for a ride on the ice block that Form is going to be throwing. We're going to go ahead and have Gilga. I'm going to go ahead and have Gilga cast Sanctuary upon the giant that it's riding.
Oh.
I think that's pretty in character, actually.
It is
Yes.
pretty in character, but it's also a horrible idea because if the giant pops up and has no other targets aside from that giant and it fails to save, then it's going to either attack Varys, which it can't see, or Gilga, which it can see.
Gilga, I was rolling blind rolls, so you all and see. So Gilga actually has rolled stealth. I think Gilga rolled a pretty high stealth, so I imagine
Okay.
Gilga's going to be okay. That's why the
Okay, well-
Sanctuary went out. But obviously not really stealth anymore from the Sanctuary. That is a true point. It's gonna be all right, guys. I got it.
Look, I love this
I got
brave
this.
side of you.
Rotates a little
This
bit
is
the
a
great
great
axe.
spell.
Gets ready to swing at whatever emerges. So you're up.
Alright, I'm just going to whisper into Wolfsing's ear. I'm gonna make some noise a distance away from us and see if I can't get it to appear outside of anyone's range. I'm gonna bonus action, quicken spell, minor illusion, directly, like basically at the ground, right about here. Is that 30 feet away? I think it's 30 feet away. Yeah. And the sound it's going to be making is a very loud, low, bassy tone that's just going to like rumble against the ground.
Okay.
You're playing dubstep music right on the ground there.
Basically, making it as bassy as I can to try and get tremors to go into the ground. And then I'm going to hold my action for another Witch Bolt.
Okay.
So now we are recreating Dune.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're thumping the ground at this
Full
point.
Dune,
Yeah.
full Dune.
All right, so end your turn readying the Witch Bolt. We're going to end as you see the ground emerges directly in front of you. I'm going to go ahead and make visible, begins to kind of push offwards. I'm going to go ahead and throw the rock from Vorum first.
Launch
Oh, boy.
me.
Here we
I
go.
know, right? I'm starting to be like, throw me.
23 hits. Does 32 points of bludgeoning damage. It smashes in.
Oof.
Baz, go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
Acrobatics is something I can do.
Are you being thrown for real? That's amazing.
Yeah, no, he actually got on the rock and is being thrown.
So
I'm
good.
gonna roll the body inspiration with things. It wasn't that great.
16. So as you kind of begin to brace on, just kind of throw and you hear it explode in. I need you to make now an athletics check.
He's not as great. Should have saved that.
All right, so an 11 athletics check. So
Bruh.
you were successful in being thrown. I'm going to put you directly where you are, exploding into the somewhat lower half of the body. Kind of bursts. You begin to try to grab onto the creature. The creature actually rolls a nat 20 to shake you off as you're like kind of violently thrown. You kind of skitter into the snow.
Rude.
Just like land.
Would it have never felt me?
Thick snow. You're deep into the snow right now. You're like kind of
Okay.
like encased in it at this point. It's almost like implanted. The snow is deep. None of you have set foot in it yet. The snow is
just gonna-
the snow is 4.5 feet deep in this area. So you would
Just
have
gonna-
it would be difficult terrain across the board moving through it. So right now, Paz, you are like in the snow completely.
I'm just hoping it doesn't go after me.
Well, historically speaking, they never. It's fine, right? Like they.
All right, so go ahead and go Witch Bolt.
Yep. And I get a D4 on this as well. Let me just target the dumb thing. Oh, okay, an 18 plus 4.
30.
Damn.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. Just 5 points of lightning damage as the thing is sustained. It is actually just gonna have Wolfsong be able to make this grapple, kind of charging forward, just for the sake of it here. So it goes in for the grapple check. It's gonna roll. On a roll and opposing. That's nice. So Wolfsong gets an 18 and the creature gets a 17. So the creature is successfully
Wow.
grappled. As he grabs him, kind of grabs on. As he does have a multi-attack, but did not ready particularly a multi-attack, right? So just readying the grapple to get on, hold the creature, is just kind of holding it still now. Bracing it back, the heat begins to kind of pour outwards from this creature. And you see Wolfsong begin to kind of bleach back, almost like burn slightly by 11 points of fire damage. Just kind of, as just by holding the creature, you see he's kind of incinerating the flesh. He's just kind of grabbing it. No! He yells out in common as the creature kind of rears backwards. Has yet to actually take a bite. Is going to attempt to bite Wolfsong in retaliation.
No.
And my blood curse will go off too.
Yeah. Yep.
And I am gonna amplify it, which will ignore the size of the token
Yeah.
or the creature.
What was the roll to hit on Volsing?
Welcome for the animation.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
The cool little tentacles popping out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right, so
yeah.
DC of 14, the creature gets this 21 and is successful on the Blood Curse binding as it comes outwards. Is there any residual effect, even if it fails? I don't think so. I think
If
it's-
it fails, it's good.
okay.
Yeah.
So it
The
is
amplify
grappling.
just lets me do it if it's targeted.
Yeah,
Or if it's
so-
bigger than large.
So it's bigger, yeah, the creature. So you send it out, you see the tendrils begin to come out, the chains kind of begin to kind of thrash. The creature's just like violently worming and moving and slithering itself as it begins to shake away from those magical bonds, but is kind of grabbed by Wolfsong and holding put as Wolfsong takes a blow of 48 points of piercing and fire damage, is bit towards like the kind of the leg areas. It's grabbed down, it kind of rolls its head around and grabs towards the abdomen and side as Wolfsong, almost like holding on to it, tells you all to get onto the right shoulder. It's kind of yelling out in common, ending the creature's turn. The creature is no longer able to Vorum grabs another ice block, chops it out, and begins to throw it. There's gonna be a nat 20! Oh, Vorum. Oh my, 69 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice!
As he throws this ice block out, it clashes into the head of this creature, splitters and slots. This creature begins to have different sorts of tears and things in its carapace. Blood begins to pour out and boil as it incinerates the actual ground around it. Begins to dot out. The creature begins to shriek out. This creature, wounded and upset from the actual attack, is going to charge forward an area on the shoulder. Goes in for 2 swings of the great axe with the multi-attack.
Does my ready action doesn't count on account of the fact that it didn't pop out, right? It is technically in front of me now.
Yeah, no. So you can use your ready action at this point because the creature has advanced. So you can use it if you took it before. Is going to go for the multi-attack. The second great axe strike is going to land, which is another nat 20 from the creature.
I'm about to do
so,
you.
Nara, go ahead and
music.
go ahead and take your reaction here before I decide to deal that damage for the second strike.
All right. Oof.
Battle axe for 14 is going to be a miss. All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and deal out the damage just so we're all clear. 61 points of slashing damage as the one you were riding the air as you come through, just missing slightly, comes almost for like a running jump, jumps up, comes into the back end of this creature with a large lash. As it does, the creature just kind of takes the blow in the backside and curls up and just falls down as Wolfsong kind of throws it into the ground and pushes its foot into the actual creature, stomping just slightly. With that, combat is going to be over. This creature is no longer.
Ooh-wee, guys.
Oh, now if killed a full-grown adult one of these beasties.
I'm gonna hop
With-
down and help Paz out of the snow.
Eh,
What?
Like
I'm
standing
just
perfectly on
gonna
top
hold
of
my
it,
quarter
just
staff
pushing
up.
him.
I'm
Yeah.
here.
Pull him out.
Thank you.
I imagine it's like Legolas for me, where I just walk on top of it now.
Yeah, so when you actually jump off of the giant, right? You jump, and as soon as you jump, you kind of clench into the snow as if it's a harder, hard surface, and you can see the frozen icicles begin to form from your feet, and the cleats kind of grab on. You have no difficulty moving over snow at all.
Yeah, so I'll help Paz out, and then I'll move over to like its carcass. Does it have like acidic blood or anything?
It actually does not have acidic blood. It has what's referred to as boiling blood. So its blood is actually always in a constant state of almost like boiling. But so as it comes outwards and spilling out, it's interacting, creating that great deal of steam right from the change in temperature. But after that point, it's regular.
I want to try and vial up some of its blood.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a survival check.
Survival. So close.
I mean, if you ever wanted help, you could have just said something.
All right, so as you attempt to collect it, you see almost the heat of the blood. It's residual, right? So you're attempting to grab as best as you can. You take 7 points of fire damage in the retrieval of this blood. However, you are able to get 2 vials of it successfully. I'm going to go ahead and drag into your inventory. I just made a placeholder item to denote it, so you have it within your inventory now.
Cool.
Wolfsing speaks. You all have done great work. This creature is much larger, adult, the old maturity. The other dab would rip it of its head, skin it alive, grabbing its carapace and taking out its organs and bringing it back to King Ilfing, but we have a purpose. We will use its body for warmth for the night. Rest up.
Yep.
oh, wait. Thorfinn saw how deep the snow is, so he doesn't want to hop down yet. Wilson, could you have your friend there? He's looking a little rough. Have him come over here. I can do a little something for him. Ease his pain.
Well, you're like, you okay, buddy?
Begins to point. Throck! Brings and kind of shoves through. I'm going to denote this name is
Throck.
Throck. Kind of comes through. I'm going to have him. I'm not going to move the tokens at this point, but you can either the healing. And you can see they begin to kind of fan out. Before it fans out, this one actually clears out the snow, but takes the great action, kind of uses it almost as a kind of a spade to clear the snow out, revealing the icy permafrost. That's awesome. 19. Jeez. It reveals like the permafrost icy terrain, kind of clears it out for all of you to make an encampment by its actual body. They begin to lower you off. I'm going to go ahead and put Wingsung over here, and then you'll go right there, and then you there, and they kind of lower you off into the kind of embankment of snow, the clearing of snow they created, and that at this point they begin to fan out, creating great distances away from you all from this encampment that they begin to make, almost as if they're like sentries, right? So they're kind of coming outwards, setting up themselves as they are immune to the cold. They feel no of the cold temperatures themselves. They're going to sit down. They're grabbing from their own backpacks or satchels that they have, grabbing out rations and other foods, beginning to eat them. They were prepared for this voyage. And that's when Wolfsing goes across this large entrenchment as well and sits down, kind of pitches themselves and just lets you have your time with this creature's body. It's providing an immense amount of warmth. In total, in temperature-wise, this is like a calm 67 degrees Fahrenheit at this point next to this creature. And it's just going to provide that immense heat for the remainder of the night.
Yeah. Well, I'm tired. That was a lot.
Hey, any part of this thing you think God of the Giants would like?
It's hard to say.
Didn't he say it had to be personal to you?
That's true, he did. I thought maybe I'd throw in a little extra, say, hey, we kill something for you. But yeah, personal's fine too.
I feel like it could be personal for Paz on account of the fact that he hit it with his body, but
I mean, I had no connection to it.
not for.
And
not
I'm
really.
going to be the one asking something about Throne. So I think if I give something personal to Paz, it kind of defeats the purpose now, don't it?
Just trying to figure out what I have that's personal.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna just start studying its blood. I'm very curious by the boiling blood.
Okay. I want you to go ahead and make an Arcana check. Okay. And then I need you to make a Nature check.
All of the checks.
All of the checks.
All the checks
22
with-
and 20. What?
Wow.
Monster Hunter for
Yeah.
sure, bro. This Varys has studied monsters. Just takes one look at the blood. I understand. There, I'm gonna go. We'll go biochemist on this. Let's do it. So there is a particular enzyme that is fueled and generates an immense amount of heat and kinetic energy in the actual blood itself. It seems to have some sort of production, particularly in the outer layer of the skin. So there's a skin layer and then there's a carapace. And you imagine that if you can harvest enough of the actual skin layer itself, you might be able to create a catalyst of some kind to get the blood boiling once again.
I will get to work then.
All right. I don't need you to roll another survival check. It's fine. You take your time.
Yeah, I'll just begin carving away at it. Kind of pulling out all my alchemy tools.
I have a quick question about such gemstone. It's a necklace. Is it just a gemstone, or is it like a gemstone set in like a small piece of like iron or something?
It's how you want to interpret the necklace to be, right? What material you want the necklace to be. I didn't really try to make it specific. Whatever you'd like it to look like.
Okay, well then yeah, it would be a small gem. It'd be the small bronze stone set into like a piece of iron.
Okay.
Alright. Yeah, so it's just kind of sitting on the ground. He's not looking directly at it, but he does have it in his hand. He's just kind of looking around.
I think I'm still technically next to you. You okay, bud?
Are you saying that too?
So
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So it just kind of like looks down at it real quick and then looks back up at the sky. No, 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 I'm not.
what's up, buddy?
It's okay to not be okay.
It's so okay to not be okay.
You can just see Soot sitting there, just kind of like thinking over in his head if he wants to say something or not.
I lack really all wisdom, but I'm gonna try to make an insight check.
You know that there are some religions here that say that confession is a good thing. Now, look, whatever sin someone commits, it's between them and their God, but I think talking about something's probably better than not.
Can I glean anything with an 18?
Looking at Soot, you can tell he's very conflicted, and he's not in the greatest mindset. Over what, you can't really tell because he hasn't said anything, but
Yeah.
with an 18, I'd also say that he's kind of, you will have realized that he's kind of been like this since you guys have left the Dwarven Stronghold.
You feeling stuck, bud? You not sure what to do?
I guess you could say that.
It's this Thothig's whole "Are you proud of yourself for murdering the evil guy who's trying to kill us" thing?
No. That had no effect, more or less because I didn't here. I wasn't paying any attention, to be honest.
That's honestly a little reassuring because I also feel fine about it, and it seemed like that was the wrong answer at the time.
I don't feel fine about it. I don't feel fine about any of this, to be honest.
Yeah.
It just the change has just been too quick. I just need some time.
The change.
I went from a normal life of traveling from tavern to tavern, fucking with Wingsong, messing with patrons, being who I wanted to be, to, well, this in a matter of days. So you can understand, hopefully, why this isn't sitting well with me.
Yeah. This is it's a little bit of a step up from fucking with people at taverns.
Little is an understatement. It was fine when we were doing it under self-defense. I can understand in self-defense, but we killed, well, yeah, we killed over 30 dwarves in in the time span of one night. Not even. I'm just.
Yeah.
I need to process this.
I don't know if we're gonna ever get back to a place where life is just fucking with people in taverns. Outside of Paz.
Don't mind me. Just give me some time.
Okay, bud. Well, we're here. Try not to. It seems like you've got a lot you were running from. Try not to take too long to come to terms with this.
All
You
right.
don't really stop. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with that, I mean, we can get a long rest going. We'll take our 10-minute break as well. Uh, sounds like a plan. Anything anybody wants to do before long rest?
Um,
Wait, you said Happy was gonna be here 7 o'clock Eastern?
Supposed to be here now.
9 Eastern.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, so
yeah,
technically
yeah.
now. Yeah, technically now.
Yeah,
We'll see. I might show up at some point. Hopefully.
hopefully.
just all heckle in the chat and see
Yeah.
how that goes.
Yeah. Oh,
I think I
you
will,
here?
actually.
Sorry, spamming. All right. So, I mean, I do have the stream going. So if you're watching these so much, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
See you in a bit.
E.
Guaranteed to piss off your TM.
Just so I
Do
can
we
have
level
evasion.
up?
Mhm.
Yes, because fighting an adult Remora where the giants did like all the work for us is gonna give us.
Yeah,
a
that's
level
gonna
up.
have a lot of
Yeah.
experience. 2 nat
Oh, yeah.
20s for the Giants. Come on, that was
Yeah.
nuts.
Giants
That
compared to level up.
was a
I got-
heavy, and they destroyed this thing. Which I mean,
Giants don't. The Giants don't need evasion to fight a dragon. Let me
I
go.
will-
Come on.
I will
let's
say
level-
I missed one, and my other one was a nat 20. So
I
that is
darted
true.
it.
came
That's
in
true.
clutch with one good battle axe of
did.
friendship swing.
You did. We had a magic missile in there. We had a dart. So
There
Two
was
witch bolts.
a dart. We had a human. Well, we had a halfling dart as well.
2 witch bolts that hit.
2 wish bolts to hit.
My plan was going to be really cool if it worked.
No,
That's true,
I
that-
loved your plan. Your
I had
plan
that
was
thought for a
great.
moment too, and I was like, I don't really feel like potentially dying today.
I fully you after you got thrown was like, throw me. Let's do it.
Uh,
That seemed like the move.
I'll go ahead and put these back up to full health as they have rested as well. All right. So we'll go through the long rest. With the frost giants here kind of around, creating a little bit of a sentry barrier. They begin to eat rations. They lay down upon the actual snow. Some of them have large hides or things that they lay out as well to kind of help them provide like a barrier, a little bit more comfort. But they are on the objective, right? Their objective is to get you to Helfari Peak and to slay this dragon. So that is what they are, to the death they will go. To the halls of Thrym, they will. That's where they're headed. That's where they're headed. So, keeping on lookout. Some of them keep watch. They rotate amongst themselves and don't have to keep any of you watching at all. They're able to perceive and keep themselves awake if they need to. And the night kind of happens rather uneventful as you all rest near the body. Now, in the early hours here, about 6 o'clock in the morning, begins to, like a light trickle of snow begins to happen, and it feels as if the snow is going to increase as the journey goes. Get quite heavier as well as the temperature dropping. The temperature dropped to about 8 degrees Fahrenheit, and currently it's at 17 degrees Fahrenheit in this early hours of the morning. One thing to note, in the distance, you've obviously traveled in the day. You can see the peak, and it doesn't seem like you've gotten any closer to the actual peak. Most of the journey in the day that happened the other day was just elevation gain. So much of it was just actually going uphill most of the time, and switchbacks and whatnot, and getting onto the highlands, and then crossing over them for a period. Now, as you look, you're going to be going into more switchbacks, right? So you're going from switchbacks up, switchbacks, right? So it's almost like a stagger, like a staircase level, is what you're interpreting here. And the giants are arising in the early hours of the morning with you, even though they've staggered their watch. They've kind of begun to get up, preparing themselves, getting some of their weapons maybe sharpened or clean from the battle that had just happened, eating the rations that they have and large amounts of different berries and other sort of dried meats that they're pulling out and kind of scarfing down. Wolfsong does something that's rather interesting, goes up to the creature and begins to cut out pieces of the creature, and then kind of yells outwards to the other ones to create a fire, attempting to actually cook this creature for a little bit to eat some of it for nourishment. And so that is kind of happening, and the fire itself is kind of created in this little spot right at the edge, right where it's large amounts of timber are being chopped down, and just large tree trunks are just thrown on, and they begin to kind of take out other sorts of kindling that they have. Now, the kindling that they use is not something you're very accustomed to. It seems to be some sort of sap or a syrup that they're pulling out. It's a darker red towards purple, and they're almost like coating smaller branches that they've collected, and they're using it, and it has a very high combustible property to it, just like literally alighting instantly when they use a flint and tinder, just kind of crack with a striker over it, just kind of erupts. They're cutting pieces of the creature and just throwing it on. None of them have talked to you at this point. They're allowing you to eat your own rations. They're not anticipating you to eat this creature. They don't know your customs, and they're almost like respecting you in that way, right?
I'll try it though.
As to say,
I'm not
do the
gonna
same.
eat it.
All right.
Mhm.
So as the creature kind of finishes cooking, you kind of approach Wolf, seeing that as over top, grabbing bits and pieces and hucking it off towards the fellow giants. You all approach, gives you little pieces of it as well to try it. It literally tastes like a crawfish. I don't know if any of you have had crawfish before.
Yeah.
Lobsterish. That's what you're getting right now.
Delicious.
Love that.
So thing dives right in.
Oh, you're doing good today for him. We did awesome.
Did
Good
I
with the tip.
get enough skin last night to
Hmm.
cause a reaction?
Yeah, so I went ahead and kind of gathered the blood that you could get. Obviously, 2 vials from your survival check. I gave you 2 things of skin, which equate to about 12 pounds of skin to be able to break it down. And in addition to that, I actually made a consumable potion item called a Remoraz Blood Bomb that you can make as well. I thought that'd be really fun.
It just
And you
sounds so
can.
creepy.
That's actually
How much
Remoraz
skin did I get?
How much skin did I get? Stare
it
to the
laying on
camera,
the
Cody.
floor?
How much skin did I get?
Puts the notion on its skin.
No shit on the skin.
Oh,
You can make 2, right? So we'll just do 1-to-1 ratio, right? And I imagine you can make 2 of these potions, and throughout the day, right? So most of the day today will be journeying to the next stop, and from the conversation, just third, out of character a little bit, even third person. Wolfsing is directing you to this the offering, these statues, the obelisks that they're describing, right? To give the gift to Thrym. That is going to be where you're going to be resting for the night, based on the day. And so that's where you all are headed. Further up the mountainscape through some switchbacks to rest upon the side of the mountain at this point, and then the next day to be headed on towards Helvarg. So I'll go ahead and prematurely just put those into your inventory. I don't need you to make any necessary rolls for that, as you're taking kind of the whole day to do that.
Nice.
Let me see. All right. I think I even put an animation to them.
We'll find out.
Yeah, I did. All right. Anybody doing anything before you all head off for the day?
Got my
So-
spills prepped.
We've still got like a long way to go before even remotely close to the dragon, correct?
You've gone a day, so you have 2 days. Right. So each time that you're resting, that's going to be a full day. So the whole day you're going to be traveling, and then you're going to get to this spot where you're offering to Thrym and things like that. That has been brought up, and then after that day, the next day is you will be reaching Helvarg Peak. That is the proposed time.
Gotcha.
So there's not anything he's doing. All right.
Nope, we lost Naya again.
What? No. Really?
Yeah. We'll see you back in a second.
Okay.
Maybe.
I think her internet cut out again, so she's back on her phone.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh no. Okay. So it's about 7 p.m. that you actually get to the next destination here. I'm going to go and activate the map to put you on it, and then I'll describe the journey and what you're seeing here on this next map. So it gives you time to load and to be able to see this map here. So after leaving Jotunvarg, the passage begins to work up the side of the mountain using switchbacks, headed for the northeast. So you're heading really directionally northeast and then slightly to the east, right? So you're kind of moving a little bit east, a little bit north, a little bit east, a little bit north. So the switchbacks themselves are difficult. You're having to incline yourself in degrees that you're almost having to go into all fours at times, sometimes walking on bipedal, and some of the giants are doing the work. You're on the backs of the giants. They're almost like kind of pulling themselves up sometimes, even just hopping over the switchbacks, not even using them, just scaling the actual mountainside. And it's making the journey that would rather be twice as long right, be only once as long. So it would be a lot longer than this if you didn't have the giants. And Wolfsong along the way is sending out some of them to kind of form almost like a line formation further space at some degree distance of about 50 feet or so, just to scan and perceive. They seem as though they're worried about particular creature, and they keep describing it in giant. And some of the words, as you're traversing, you're actually able to like pick up on the giant. Now that you've been with frost giants for so long, this is actually something that I do in my games, is that I allow player characters to learn languages just based on being around other creatures. So it's at this point that I need all of you to make flat intelligence checks. And
I'm a
if you're
master of
smiling,
intelligence.
if you're smiling, this is always a surprise to all my groups. So
I'm a
master of intelligence.
master of intelligence.
I was so excited until you said make a check for it, and I was like, fuck, son of a bitch. Okay.
Pat, did you roll twice?
Oh, did I? I'm sorry.
I
think I clicked it twice. I'm sorry.
What are the chances of 14's enough?
All right, so we have an 8th in Thothic. I will also have. I won't roll it now, but for Gilga
Fuck off.
and
Sit.
for
Fuck off.
Wing Song later. So, That's 1A. What is that?
I'm a cat that can speak. Now I can speak giant.
All right.
Speak any language I want.
Apparently, Sludge is very good at picking up languages.
All right. So Varys, Naira, and Suit, you all three learn. And Paz. So Varys, Paz, Naira, and Suit. You all have met the DC of this. You all have been able to interpret the giant language. Now, I do want to make a note that reading it and writing it is not something that is remarkably relative to you. Now, with the nat 20 though, Suit, I'm just going to go ahead and say you know how to read and write giants. You're like, I got this under control. But for the rest of you, can go. For all of you that I've stated that have met the DC there, it exceeded. Unfortunately, Thothic, I'm so sorry. A little tearful is for you.
All right.
No. But you
Rather
understand the language that they're speaking, and you're still learning it as you go. But for now, you get the language, right? You understand what is being interpreted. And they're speaking about a particular creature. They're speaking at the sizing of the creature varies. It is a creature that is quadrupedal. It has scales like the dragon. It serves the dragon. It can speak Draconic. It lurks in the shadows, and they track the giants. They are very scared of them, and they are very aware of their presence. As you now approach on the second day of travel, getting to this map, which is referred to just as the Pass to Hovarg Peak, right? They are anticipating their arrival, right? They are being like, we're now in the territory of this dragon. They're going to be upon us, kind of thing. And that's why they're feigning out. That's why they're perceiving, they're rolling, they're trying to get scans, they're trying to figure it all out. But they have yet to see them. And that is maybe even frightening them more. They haven't seen them. They
don't like that for us. Not a fan of this.
So, this particular place, again, you're getting toward the evening now. The sun is beginning to set. The snow itself is becoming quite heavy. The snow itself is becoming quite heavy. The temperature has elevated slightly to about 21, but is now dipping back down to about 15 degrees Fahrenheit. And you see the vegetation and the actual evergreen trees become quite heavy, right? So versus the sparseness of the switchbacks, now it's becoming heavier as the switchbacks themselves are leveling off in the elevation gain that they have. And there's dense thickets, there's rocks that are being exposed as the snow is not really falling down to the main level of low vegetation. And stretching above, about 8 feet off that cliff to your left from the map here, so that's your northwest direction, you're seeing statues. They're covered in snow, but they are resembling that of maybe a darker granite coloration. And these statues themselves are kind of put together in an arrangement, and don't pay attention too much to the map icons, but they are resembling frost giants in that of like King Ylfing, right? So they're wearing coloration of, not coloration, but wearing clothing and necklaces and other sorts of things that would resemble them of a lord or a king or a noble. and the statues are surrounding themselves around two different other smaller statues of just plain humanoids with bowls outstretched, with two obelisk-looking structures that are covered in giant runes, too far away to read. And you can clearly see that snow itself covering the statues, embedded the statues, and then thickets are growing around. So it's rather overgrown, right? So it's an area that's been kind of overgrown. As soon as you come into this area, riding on the back of Giant's Minnow, unpause it so you can specify which giant you would like to ride at this point.
Which one isn't for him?
They're coming together. Oh, I forgot to mention which one's
I want to ride a different one.
You don't want to ride Vorum anymore?
I want to get to know another one.
Well, there's you could go right on
I think I dropped too many down.
Whatever this one is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have 5 giants now. They're both flying.
I think one
Sorry.
duplicated when I dropped it. Like I dropped it and it like split up into two. Sometimes that happens. Make sure to note which one's which. So the name should reflect. And I think there's one you haven't learned the name of yet.
Yeah.
So as you come up the pathway, that's when they kind of reform, right? And they get to this point, and that's when Wolfsong begins to speak in Giant. Now those who are able to listen to it. Praise be to Thrym. This mark notes as those who gave their lives worthy to Javarig when that dragon was slain. Their spirits still lay at rest here. Forever there, give praise. And they begin to kind of clasp themselves on the chest, similar to how they kind of celebrated you all entering into Monsag originally. They begin to do that once more as they kind of come into the area, kind of beating, not perceiving any longer as they are now waltzing themselves up in position. This one in particular gets up here, stretches, kind of looks right a little bit up path of the switchback that rounds up to the cliff to the north. And they are now kind of fanning out, giving themselves some space, and now perceiving more than they were coming into the area, just kind of stretching themselves. It is Wolfsong here that makes their way all the way to the actual statues, and kneels down beside, kind of in front of them, kneels down and raises its hand outwards and begins to kind of pray to Thrym, right? Thrym, give me strength, and begins to speak about slaying a spawn of Javarig, and how that quest happened, that adventure happened, and thanks for giving strength for that, and now give me strength for this, right? This one stays right here. All right, so that's kind of the respective places that they're kind of offshooting now.
Giant God, can you take me over to there? Or do you have to stay here? My name is Paz, by the way.
Are you speaking Giant to it?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, okay.
I know
Speaks
the
out.
language now.
Wow, you speak Giant. All right, no problem. Take you over those.
What is your name, by the way?
Oh, you're actually on Throck, by the way.
Oh, crap! I want to be on the one that isn't throw.
Just somewhere. This one is the one that no
You
one
can't
knows the
stop,
name of.
love.
Well, screw it. I'm gonna be with Throck. Also, who is Thrym?
Thrym is our god. It is the most mighty and warfaring of all frost giants. Resembles that of Enjulden crystals of gems, with axes of twin, and a cape of a dragon hide from the mightiest of all draconic deities, Tiamat.
Thank you. I'll be back in a moment.
It raises you down towards the snow. The snow itself is about 2.5 feet deep. The trees are, creating a barrier right from.
Oh, so it's only neck high. That's fine.
only neck high for you, Paz.
Swim path.
It's only neck high. We're fine.
Wolfsong stands up as Throck returns now to the position of placement over here. Kind of moves a little farther north, just again setting a perimeter around the area, and they're perceiving, attempting to see out to the trees. They're quite dense. It's difficult to see through them, but they're trying their best. Wolfsong, after kneeling, stands up, offers to lower you down. This is where you may provide your offerings to Thrym. Something of value, something of importance.
Thank you,
I
lad.
myself was given my gift I laid here the heart of my brother.
Oof.
To
See.
note, so something to note there. Multiple
Mhm.
brothers, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because you mentioned another one.
Another one.
First thing I want to do, these are stone statues. I'd like to investigate their history.
All right, go ahead and give me a history check with advantage.
Oops, I will have to roll another one.
We got a 21. We got 18.
And that 21 will actually be a 24, since I'm using my stone cunning, so I get to double the proficiency.
All right, give me 1 second. My game just totally lagged and crashed out.
Woo.
Sign in. I know
I
this happens.
genuinely don't know what
Gonna
I have
handle
of
all them
value,
details you're
but I'm
about to learn
pretty
about these
stressed.
rocks.
Yes.
The rocks. Okay. So history check. As you're looking towards the stone and the statues, and you're investigating them, and trying to get an idea of timeline, perhaps of when they were constructed. So something that relates to the knowledge that was provided by the king was that Nimsong was created 1,570 years ago. So the king's life has been preserved for a long time, just over 1,000 years. These stone statues were constructed in that time frame. So you're looking at least 1,000 years old, maybe around the 1300 ballpark, of when Javarig was actually slain. This is when the statues were perched up. Now, Javarig is not the direct parent of Ithrin. Javarig is like the grandparent of Ithrin. So that is something.
Well-made statues to stand for this long. And don't think he's going to take the Warhammer off his back, the one that he's had since he came into the group. And he's going to step up. Is this like brush here in front of this? Like, can I walk past that?
Thickets and brush and bushes,
Okay.
leafless, obviously. Never, it's a tundra vegetation. You can easily kind of shove yourself through it and get through. No
Yeah.
problem.
He's going to stand there and he's gonna say it like just conversationally to the statue, but anyone near enough can hear it. When I left my home, my family gathered together what coin they could for my passage and gave me this as a gift, that I might fight the enemies of Pelor or anything else that might threaten the lives of those who should be saved. Grim, I give this to you in the hopes that you may grant me something that might help preserve the life of one of my companions here as we go up to fight this dragon and put another one away so they no longer threaten the world. And I will set are they ahead of like bowls there? Is that like for the offerings?
Yep. Mhm.
Okay, I'll set the Warhammer in the bowl.
Okay. So you set the Warhammer in the bowl, and you can see that there is some sort of liquid that begins to kind of fuel inside of the bowl. It's resembling of an amber color, slightly clear, and it smells like mead.
Can I take the bowl off the statue?
Yeah. Well, not the bowl itself. No, the bowl
Okay.
is built into the thing, but so it's
Okay.
the liquid's inside.
But the liquid is inside.
Yeah.
And I just see the liquid, nothing else.
Correct.
Okay.
I got a water skin. You need it. That's what I.
Yeah, I have one too.
I got the chosen
So-
one's drinking horn. If you need that.
That's right. Actually, yeah, could I say I took one as well? They had one for all of us, right?
They were
Sure.
engraved and everything. It was like.
So I'll take the horn,
Okay.
and I'll dip it in the mead, and drink what's in the horn, and then I'll take my water skin and fill the water skin with whatever's left.
Okay.
If there's enough of that to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a full bowl. So you feel it when you're you're drinking though first, right? From it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just tasting it, and you feel rejuvenated. In fact, you feel slightly restored, and you fill the rest of it into your water. So you're not sure exactly what the benefits of it is. I went ahead and dragged it as a consumable into your inventory. It is one consumable, and you can go ahead and read it if you would like to. But we're gonna go ahead and not meta this, but you can read it just so you have an idea of what it does.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. I think. It's what I want.
Okay.
Okay. And I will give a bow to the statue and thank you, Great One. And step back.
While he's over there, I'm gonna walk to the other one,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take my quarterstaff, my original quarterstaff, my broomstick with a bunch of rocks tied to it, and I'm going to drop it in and just sit there like, I don't know, I don't know if Thrym is real, but I want to kill the dragon before it kills anybody else I know. I don't trust Varys as much. Anything you can give me to, kill the dragon to not kill him.
You see as this
I like
mist begins to pour out of the bowl from above. Now, I want to mention that the items that you've placed are still there. Okay. So they're not just disappearing. So the items that you're placing relative to the bowls or around the statues are still in the positions that they once were. And you can see from the bowl itself begins kind of pull at this mist as it does. It falls out of the bowl and begins to encircle your feet paths and begins to pull itself up, kind of twirling like this up your feet. And as it does that, you become somewhat warm. You feel as if the actual coldness itself you're resisting.
Yes.
I hope that this will somehow serve you better than it served me. Get a little tear as I'm gonna walk away.
I'm gonna ask my giant. Do you think you could help me get on over there?
Yes, I can.
What was your name, by the way? I'm really bad with names.
He sounds fabulous.
This is a female giant, by the way.
Don't take me with you.
Oh yeah.
I'll hop off.
Why am I upside down? What was your name, by the way?
Her name is Lagatha.
Lagatha. Yes. Why am I intoxicated? Why am I fully upside down?
Because he rotated the whole group, so he rotated your token.
Gotcha. Cool. I was diagonal in the last one.
You can press shift and like an arrow key to
crazy.
change.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So I can.
I got you turned around.
Wait, before she put me down.
Okay.
Give her back.
You want it back? Okay, come back.
Yeah, I want her back for a second.
Coming back.
Okay. Come here, got it. Just quick little. Lagatha. I don't know what to do. I don't have. I mean, like, I was on a boat before that boat crashed and now we're here. I don't know if I have anything of value. I'm not even convinced I'm of value. What am I supposed to...
She kneels down beside you. That's an interesting question, Chosen One. Thrym is rewarding. Perhaps you can offer something from the great beast when you slay it. Not something yet, but something you will bring back.
I'm gonna do that. Thank you.
Bounce the head in
Little
respect.
tiny fist bump.
Large fist bumps you.
Excellent. Alright. Gonna work. It's gonna work. Unless it doesn't, but it might. Nair approaches the bowl, just sort of bricking it, just like, ooh. Hey, Thrym. I don't really have a lot going for me, and I'm honestly, pretty new to this not running, and I mean, I took a long time trying to convince anyone that this is what I was meant for, and no one really took me seriously, and now apparently it's just been decided by someone that I haven't met. I don't have anything yet, but I'm working on this dragon slaying thing, and I can bring you back. Wing Song! I can bring you back.
Bring back Wing Song.
I can bring you back. I can give you a cat now. Can I bring you back a scale, a fang? I can give you my own blood now. All I've got is this damn bloodline, and I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with it.
What exactly are you promising?
What am I promising? She's like looking back at Agatha like, shit, what was that?
Like, it's like Maggie, do you thumbs up?
I will bring you back one of the. I will bring you back some of the dragon's blood. The blood that, in theory, I carry some of within myself.
Okay.
And I can sign it with like a cute little drop of blood now. It's like a
And then
IOU.
what are you requesting from it?
I just need something that can help me take this thing down. It's huge, and it's got friends.
Okay.
And I'm sure they're next on our list.
So in a similar fashion to Pass, the same thing happens. This fog begins to unroll itself. This mist begins to roll, so it begins to entwine your legs. It begins to pull yourself up, and in a similar fashion,
Shit.
you feel as if the wind itself is not something that is going to be bothering you any longer.
All right. Well, I will be back with blood, unless that's like a in the ground, up to you kind of situation. I don't know if it's like a specific bowl receiver. I'm not seeing any kind of inscription on the side of these bowls that's given me any details, so I'm
Nope.
gonna come back to
Just
this
a
bowl
large stone
specifically.
bowl. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
the two obelisks are covered in giant runes. That's literally it.
And I'll be back with some blood. Agatha. Anyway, so you got anything of value?
No, because I'm still looking through my notes to get to there.
All right. So Happy, thanks for joining us. Are you on right now?
I am.
You go?
I'm,
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
All right. So you've headed off from Monsag. You've headed northeast. You are now on the second day of travel, headed for Helvarig Peak, which is to defeat Ithrin. You have landed upon this area after the previous day, slaying a large adult Rimmeraz that towered in height and girth. 2 nat 20s were rolled by the frost giants that have accompanied you on your voyage. Wolfsong Volsing kind of leads them. We have now understood the names of Lagatha, Throck, and Vorum, in addition to the Wolfsing name that has been dropped. Now you've come into a very holy area that the frost giants have here. This is the deity that they worship is Thrym. Now, Thrym is not kind of known to you in what physical representation or whatever it is, unless you attempt to roll a religion check. But this is a site of fallen heroes, right? These are lords, royals, nobles of these statues in the backdrop of the map that are built out of stone to resemble those that have actually fought and slain Javarig. In particular, the obelisk behind the 2 statues with the bowls that are quite common actually have giant runes on them in that way. Now, for the rest of the party, I had them roll a flat intelligence check, as I do for all languages at all Adventure Time. The flat intelligence check is going to allow you to learn Giant if you don't already know it, because you have spent enough time with the Giants at this point to be able to pick up on what they're saying. So please go ahead and make a flat intelligence check. All right, well, Wingsong, Nat 1, it's our first roll for you of the day. Let's just get him out of the way. So Wingsong, Nat 1, you can't understand Giant as of yet. You're still learning, picking up on that. But what's happening
Wow.
is that the party right now is offering something of very heartfelt value, something that's really connected to them in some way, and they are requesting something in return from these statues, something from Thrym to aid them in the battle against Ether.
Oh.
Something that Nyera just did was actually promise something in the future, not something that they have quite yet, but something of Ethrin, the blood of Ethrin, is offering that, and in return, gained resistance to the cold.
Oh.
You should probably. I think that you have the same like language with Giant that you do with the cat, where you're like, meow is real. I think you fully believe that you are fluent in Giant.
I feel like I should try. I should see if I am. See if I deceived myself accidentally.
Like on that one, you're like, oh my god, I think I
Yeah.
might be
Yeah.
part
Screw it.
Giant.
I think I believe I speak fake giant.
It's like thinking Pig Latin is Latin.
Yeah. Yeah. Giant noise. That's the language. I can only speak to little people, like gnomes and dwarves. That's it. No big.
There's a height requirement on your language
There's a
skills.
height requirement. It has to be below 4.5 feet.
I find it funny. We actually have the same spoken tongues. I also know Gnomish and Dwarvish.
So
That's because
have
you're
all,
a buddy cop.
are there like a same number of statues for each individual person, or is it just like we
No,
all go up to the
it's
statues?
just two statues with two bulls here that are assayed and two obelisks at the backdrop, and they're just laying down the items near them or on top of the bulls. The items themselves are not disappearing; they're not moving, right? They're just being laid down, and just all of a sudden something happens, right? So with Nyera, it was just literally the promise at these statues, and then something happened.
What do I see? What the others have put in?
Not
Yeah,
mine.
so
A lot of promise.
yeah, so Paz, the quarterstaff, we had the rocks right of the and then Thothig Warhammer. So you had weapons, right? So the two items that have been offered are weapons.
Okay. See, that's very materialistic, and I feel like I need to be individual, but I can't be because Nayara stole that from me.
Hmm.
So I offer um comedy.
Oh god, a high value.
A high value, gold, standard comedy.
I think that Wingstar could roll a charisma check for this offering.
Forwards check.
Charisma check for this
What
offering.
do you say?
Oh, actually, you
Yeah.
know,
Comedy.
Yeah, what's the comedy though?
I gotta think about it.
Get the jokes. Where are they?
You need like a good giant pun here.
Oh no, I don't think I want to do that. I only know the bad giant language. Oh
You can make
fuck.
just a really dirty joke. See if he's just been a while and he likes it.
Thirsty God.
Shit.
Maybe comedy. We should maybe rethink. Maybe
Let's
like
just rethink the
buttons. Have
comedy.
you tried giving
I-
buttons?
No, I don't have buttons. I have bacon bits.
You do
You
have
know
bacon
what?
bits.
I'll just offer music in the form of the last song of this lute that I have. I think I have a lute. Do I have a lute? I do have a lute.
Give him the loot.
I'll put the lute on there and do like a little ding ding on there and be like, "This is my gift to you."
Yeah, you're
Just
offering
upsell
the loot.
Yes.
Upsell it. Say it's your favorite loot.
Yeah, I got this when I was a little lad. It was my training loot in the Bard College, so I have a lot of sentimental value It doesn't take up space, I swear.
What exactly are you requesting after you walk the loop?
Do I know what the others have requested, or is it just kind of like it happened?
There has been an offering and then a request. Some of them very general.
Okay.
A lot of
I-
shit. It's a dragon. Can you help?
Okay, I will look towards the statues. After putting my loot in there, I would like to bow 15-degree angle and go. I would like to request of you courage and great empowerment emotionally for this coming battle.
All right,
The
so
bowl goes not enough.
it seems as if there's a crackling lightning happening from the bowl. It begins to entrace itself as it strikes into your heart. For a brief moment, your eyes kind of lit as the lightning traces itself from your body. And after that, you feel empowered. With what effect, you're not sure.
Okay, that
Did you ever
is
just
my
get
life
struck
now.
by lightning trying to get brave?
You know, cats have 9 lives, and I'm hoping that's not one of mine that I just lost.
You went straight in your chest.
Okay. I'm question mark ready to go.
Can I be trying to help with like perception or like standing watch at all?
Yeah, you can go out with any of the three that are out there, kind of stretching themselves,
Lagatha.
looking left and right, and go to Lagatha on the north side. Yeah, help out for
I
sure.
want to climb back up on her shoulder so I can try to have a higher vantage point to look.
Yeah, go and make a perception check for it.
Right, I'm so good at those. Those are like my. Oh wait, I actually do have a check that one. I'm still not good at that. Case in point, 12.
You just the shoulders is live, lifts back up and kind of stands there and stretches out, and eventually kind of sits down and lumbers a little bit as you're on the shoulder still, and just kind of continues to look and grab some rations out, some meats and berries and things, begins to eat them, and
Any chance you made any of that remoras into jerky? Because that's really good.
I do. Kind of goes in the knapsack here and grabs out some
Yeah.
fried remoras meat.
Oh, that's a nicer thing than I thought we'd have on a journey to kill a dragon.
The Frosthorns offer much. That's why we live within them. Your kind does not know the beautiful and bountiful things that these mountains provide.
Yeah, our kind, I don't think is qualified.
That one, she turns around, points at Thothic. Their kind tunnels, builds grand cities.
Yeah, but that's all below the surface.
That's true. How will you kill this dragon?
You know, like that's such a good question. Our last strategy of circling up and just going to town was pretty effective. I'm a little concerned about the wing situation. Don't know if you have any tips on the wings.
I have not fought a dragon, but my father had fought Ithrin and has perished. I would be very careful. He is mischievous. When you think you have him, that is when he will escape.
Yeah. No, that tracks based on our prior experiences with him. Truthfully, I'm leaning pretty heavily on this damn bloodline and this sword, which apparently was used to kill Barithmore.
Barithun, that is a name that
Like-
strikes
like
fear
coughs.
into the hearts of dragons. Once a dominant red dragon crossed this landscape. Your sword will do well. Strike true.
I mean, my goal is to just do my job of getting the tip of this sword into this dragon.
Can't believe I'm sharing food with the Slayer of Ithrin. Themselves.
I'm hoping this makes for a good drinking story in Frost Giant Heaven, but hopefully not anytime soon.
Well, don't die.
Honestly, words to live by.
You are more than welcome in the halls of Thrym by the time this is over.
Genuinely, that means a lot. We've not been receiving a lot of validation or any, so this stint with the Frost Giants has really meant a lot to us on our end as well.
You'll be to Havarig Peak the next day before the moon rises. I'd recommend you getting some sleep.
It's probably a good idea. You keep an eye out for those terrifying super predators that are, like lurking at all
Of course.
times.
I'll make sure no harm comes to you, Chosen One.
Thank you. Well, you look out for yourself too, Lagatha. It would weigh heavy on my heart as well if you guys didn't make it to the top with us.
Bows the head in respect.
Alright, good night.
I got the important question. Is Rockstar with us? The great Rockstar?
No.
No.
He
Lame.
didn't quite get the
These are elite frost giants from Clan Monsac. These are basically who protects the king.
Rockstar, the Rockstar, protects his unwitting soul.
Yeah, protects himself. Is anybody else doing anything before we get to rest?
Nah,
Nope. Sut's just been kind of sitting at the feet of Wolfsing, just kind of staring up at the statues.
Yeah, I'm securing myself safely up in a tree, since apparently cold is not currently my major concern.
Okay.
Am I
I'm
able
all
to do
twitchy.
one last perception check, or?
Hey, you can go ahead and roll if you'd like.
As always, I see nothing and I'm fine.
Can I just play around in the snow and make a snowman and then make like a snow house and then make a snow bed?
Hey, live your dream. You were electrocuted today, inexplicably.
And I'm living through it.
You do you. You do you.
So, I want to. Tonight. As I heard stories about everyone else and all their dragon dreams and all the other stuff they saw, I want to take my,
The fuck's my dragon doing?
pretty much. Thanks for spoiling the big moment. But, I'm gonna
He's
take,
just fucking sleeping.
I'm gonna take, like, a little, out of a pack, like a little brooch, like a little napkin paper thing, and just kind of undo it and just kind of look and be like, and just think, dragons, 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 dream. Do I dream about dragons?
No.
Wow.
Rough.
Go
Damn.
ahead. Go ahead and roll a percentile dice.
I would rather have you just say no.
You might roll nicely. Who knows?
Oh yeah, you said
You could roll
percentile.
Yeah, roll
69.
percentile. I'm curious.
That's a D100, right?
Yeah, it's just D100. You don't dream of dreams.
The solid
You rolled an 8
okay?
out of D100.
Yeah.
I thought the
No
anger would have been a good
Hey.
thing.
Hey,
But it wasn't.
if he was channeling divinity, it would have been a great roll.
Yeah.
Actually, we were close, but not enough. But it would have been a good roll.
So it's very close to a good roll.
I think the
Yeah.
only so Suit, obviously you've declared. Varys, are you doing anything?
I'm just doing like a gear check and making sure, like, sharpening
Varys isn't giving
blades.
shit to anyone.
Okay. Just doing a gear check, making sure everything's going good. All right, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Here to push.
So as we begin to rest up, they're taking watches. They're looking. They're doing a great job. But before the night ends, I want to make perception checks.
Son of a bitch. Why? Everything's fine. Why
What
are we
do
making
I
checks?
perceive?
Everything is great. Oh, I stand by
20. Hey.
24.
that. 7. I think we're doing a great job.
Phenomenal job, everyone. Uh,
We are
So-
looking.
Before you go to sleep, you swear you see shadows moving in the fog that is slightly arising from some of the snow in the density of the trees. Frost giants don't notice it, but as soon as you notice them, they disappear. You're not sure. With that, everyone has a long rest without any sort of issues.
Is it worth it?
The
knowing
dragons?
that.
No. Not dreaming about dragons.
You
Listen.
do not dream of dragons, Paz.
Love the dragons, though.
I had you roll for it. You did not.
You dream of turnips.
You dream of.
In this field of
You
turnips.
dream of cabbages and a
Yeah.
strange world fueled with people who can bend materials.
I was about to
Elements.
say.
This poor man's cabbages are always scattered to the wind.
And for some reason, this cabbage merchant just keeps getting interrupted with what business they want to do.
Nobody respects the cabbages.
Nobody respects the cabbage merchant.
I genuinely felt you were gonna put a
Probably
root
'cause there's a
vegetable
war
down on
going
that
on.
pole.
That man's
You
trying to
think
peddle
he's just-
cabbages in the middle of a war.
No, no, no.
Global 100-year-long war, and he's just pushing the cabbage cart casually across the
No,
world.
he was in Bossing say there's no war there. They
There
said
was no
so. Come
war
on.
in Boston.
He was in
It
Omashu.
was
There's
not.
war in Omashu.
Oh, that's
That's why I
right.
went to
No, he
Bossing Say,
was.
so there's no war there.
But he knows there was a war before
was,
he
like,
got
everywhere.
Boxing.
Yeah, that man literally
And
was
he's
like,
a
I'm gonna travel
hustler.
the
He's
continent
committed.
I'm trying
during
to
a deadly war
I'm
to
trying
sell
to
cabbages.
I'm trying to rebuild
Because-
after the war with a cart of cabbage.
He deserved all of his losses.
So, true.
Yes.
He had a vision.
It's gonna be Paz's post-campaign story. He just goes around selling cabbages.
I actually.
No one
so-
knows he's a great hero.
So I actually thought about writing like a that kind of realm campaign based on the rule set, like making a rule set for it. And I thought about it would be really funny to have like a subclass of a non-bender be a cabbage merchant.
Yeah.
Guys, this is the Lord Dev where you figure out Paz's last name is Cabbage Seed.
Cabbage.
Also, he was still widely successful, and then he turned one small cart into a giant corporation in the span of like 60 years.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
so clear, solid goals.
This guy
there.
did pretty well.
Cabbage
Yeah.
on.
Did
And if
very
you
well.
make that, shut up and take my money, because I want to.
I want the cabbage dude to be the BBEG. Come on. Just gets
That's why he
tired of the
wasn't
cabbages
worried.
getting wrecked.
And getting falsely accused for terrorism.
That's
The
right.
question is, where is he getting all these cabbages, and how is he traveling so fast?
Wouldn't you like?
God,
to
they
know?
don't grow anywhere. He
it's
needs
secret
to
of the
grow
trade.
cabbages.
He grows them on the cart.
It's a secret of
Puts
the
them
trade.
on the cart.
You can't know.
He's a cabbage bender. That's how.
Cabbage is now an element.
That's right.
Cabbage is
He's
an
a
element.
cousin of
Wind, fire,
he's a cousin of
water,
the swamp. Dog.
Cabbage.
So we'll get back to the game here. Is there anybody's doing after the long rest? And we'll go ahead.
The only thing Soot would do is, as we're prepping to go, he would just, as he gets up on Wolfsing's shoulder, he would just let him know that the night before Soot had noticed shadows creeping about in the fog, and just to keep an eye open. Something's following us. Something's watching us.
Begins to yell out toward the other giants. Keep an eye out. Speaking in giant.
What
Those
do I
that
think
serve
this is?
Ithrin are there. As he's kind of yelling out, he refers to them as guard drakes in
Ugh.
giant.
I
Don't
probably
like
think
that.
of them as like Teletubbies.
All right. Gonna go ahead and change the map here for y'all as you travel about half a day. You get to relative about noon. As you can see now, it becomes very apparent you've made a great distance as you've finished climbing upon the actual switchbacks, and you've come to a leveled off area of thick evergreen trees, slightly sparse than thick, and it's aligning themselves similar to a fjord with those ravines that are embedding themselves. And you come across a very interesting area. This grueling journey has now reached the sound of rushing water, and you observe to the east a small forest with evergreen trees, tons of vegetation, the river with cliff sides jutting downwards about 15 to 18 feet down to a slightly frozen river. The water is moving south to north as it extends out into the Forgotten Sea, The bridge seems to be in decent condition, and no giant is capable of traversing over it. And it kind of stuns you just a little bit of why there would be a wooden bridge if giants can cross it, especially in the alpine conditions such as this. Why is this put here, and who put it here is a very interesting question. The giants themselves don't seem to answer that for you unless you ask. On the other side, the plant life continues before there is a slight passage as the rocks themselves go upwards, the cliff sides go upwards, slightly down, and then a winding passage up to Hilvarg Peak. You imagine you'll reach that peak in just about 4 hours after you cross the bridge, as you see the peak itself jutting high above the air. You are right now at elevation approximately 9,650 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up
I
the
don't like
oxygen
the
masks.
I don't like the fact that this fucking bridge curves.
Yeah, I find
It's
that
unnatural.
deeply
So
upsetting.
okay, again, all these maps that I made, these are all I make them myself, right? So none of these maps are you're gonna find pre-done by anybody else. I make them myself because I just love making maps. But this particular map, I curved it on purpose to make it look like there is a depth to it.
Hmm.
So if it was
okay.
flat across, I would have to use a lot of shadow work, which would kind of make it diluted. So I curved it a little bit to make it look like it's kind of swinging slightly from the wind, right? And it's down a little bit deeper, but it does go straight across.
It does look a bit.
It does look a little bit weird how it's curved. Hey, you know what? Good luck. No.
It's a bit wibble.
Better bridge than I could have
Wolf.
made.
Wolfsing.
Which one of these is
I'm a
that?
little curious about something.
Yes.
This ain't no bridge for a giant.
It is not. These were for
So-
those that served with us.
I see.
Is that
They
their
were
bridge?
known as Clan Alderfist dwarfs.
Clan
Were they
Alderfist?
now?
They were gathered together by the great wizard called Magello.
But,
Oh,
all right.
we've heard that name.
Is it? Oh, that's the same Magello that.
That's the wolf's
Okay.
friend.
Well,
Don't worry
then
about
it's
it, I
good to
can
know that
translate
I'm
for
walking
you.
the same footsteps that my ancestors have.
You are a descendant from Clan Alderfist.
My family is part of Alderfist.
I see. There's this look of sadness about the face, but doesn't say anything. We will carry those across the river. We are tall enough to be able to walk through. It will get to our chest, but we can carry you across. If you'd like to take the bridge, you're more than welcome. It is sturdy enough.
I want to take the bridge.
Both
Oh.
feel bad, but
I want to take the bridge. I want to take the bridge. I want to jump off.
Go
and start
fig.
skittering.
Thofig will get down, but he'll stop and look. We'll sing. Something tragic about Clan Alderfist I should know.
Looks towards you. Our people are not the only ones that have suffered towards these dragons.
You know how many were lost over time?
Our wolves have reported that the pass to Tholnir has been destroyed.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The passage to Tholnir from the valley has been toppled and destroyed. There is another dragon that is not Ithrin that has done
When
this
did-
damage.
When did this happen?
Kneels down towards you. Little one,
What?
our task at hand is to slay this dragon. Stay your mind. We do not know what has been done to your people. They might have survived. But the passage to get to your great city is no more. At least that to the valley. This dragon is silver. It flies from Ismar.
No, you're right. I have a job to do.
Like the death of my 2 brothers, they dine in the halls of Thrym. Your friends. If they are safe, let that be so. Let Thrym guide them back to whatever home they can find.
Paz, do you think a really fat person dipped this bridge?
I don't think he'll start walking.
All right, so who is on the back of Giants?
I'll stay on
So
the
it's
giant.
staying on the back of Wolfsing.
I'm going on bridge side.
All right, I'm going to pause it real quick so I can make positions.
Why? Everything's fine.
No, it's never fine.
Why would you pause when everything's great? Wait, which one's Lagatha?
What?
Oh.
You can't tell them apart yet?
I think I have it.
Really?
You can
This
hover
one?
over and see the names, right?
No,
You don't
only
Only on Volsing.
only Volsing has a
Yeah,
name.
you didn't
Yeah.
change the
You.
prototype token enough. Or it didn't update.
How about that?
Can you just scoot?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can see Lagatha. Okay, yeah, now we can see all
Hold
3.
on,
Nope.
hold on. I'm changing them right
Yeah.
now. Come on, give me a little. It takes a little bit. I can't just change them instantly. All right.
Hey,
Change
do
it
you think-
faster!
Do you think you could?
You're not going
Do you think you could
fast
scoot
enough!
Lagatha just a little closer to us?
So they fan out and they begin
Why,
to
nothing's
trudge
wrong.
through the actual river. I need everyone to roll perception checks.
Like 15 feet closer, just a little
Why,
closer.
nothing's wrong.
Perception
Oh,
checks.
not 20.
I don't think
That
sees
19.
all.
What is these perceptions? We got a nat 20? We got a
Nope.
27? That's
That's like not higher
crazy.
than your natural 20s.
Well, Varys isn't seeing anything for once. That's weird. I never see anything. That's normal, but
All right.
Don't
You're just
worry,
busy
you get
pondering
used
if
to
a
it.
bad guy made the
So we have Thothic, we got Paz.
27.
Thothic and Paz, you see something stirring from the north. As you do, you see Lagatha just immediately drop into the water.
Lagatha!
So we go
And
immediately
disappear.
yell.
Its scales seem there's almost like fins or scales that are upon the actual surface of the water for a brief moment before disappearing past. The rest of you, including Thothic and Paz, except for Wingsong and Varys, you see figures pulling themselves out of the actual rocks. They resemble that of small drakes with scales with icicles and flesh, large talons. As they kind of pull themselves out of the actual rocks, they begin to crawl and pulling themselves up to the actual surface. I did not put an elevation to them, but they are 5 feet below the surface, right? So they're 5 feet on the cliff. Does that make sense? Below that level. I didn't want to put an instrument because they will be basically getting up to the top of it as soon as
okay,
possible.
so they're climbing up to the bridge.
That's correct, but they're only 5 feet, so they're just below the cliff, right? And they're in the rocks, kind of hiding themselves in.
Great.
And they
Love
pulled
that.
themselves off. At glance, they actually look like piles of snow and ice. They're very camouflaged, but as they come outwards and they begin to move, their eyes are blue and mist is pouring from their actual mouths of these large jaws with razor-sharp teeth, resembling that of small dragons. I'm going to need everyone to go ahead and roll for initiatives.
Does Lagatha resurface?
No.
Oh, there's the bad initiative I was expecting.
Oh, for once I'm over 10. That's wild.
Remember when your normal was like
I
11
get
or something?
punished for my nat 20 perception with my initiative.
I still beat fast.
Paz is still kicking butt. Paz got on this bridge ready.
Paz is a fast dude, okay? You don't mess with a leg man.
This is why you don't skip leg day.
Why you don't skip?
So,
He only has legs.
What
Did
about
we
Lagatha?
see what pulled Lagatha under?
Yeah, so with the nat 20 with the 27, you saw almost like fins jutting out from the water as they're snaking like this, and scales of blue and shining, and they just dropped down as you almost saw like ripped into the water, and the rest of the fins and the scales ripped down. Lagatha is not re-emerging.
No.
We're going to go ahead and begin our combat. I'm going to go and cue some music up real quick, and then I'll...
Don't do this to me. She was my favorite.
Combat begins.
All right, Paz, you're up round 1. Paz, you're always first. Jeez.
That's what happens when you're good.
Oh.
I'll go to up to there. And then I'm going to spend a key to Path of the Wind.
Okay.
Get to about... I should be able to hit like there. Yeah, somewhere up about there.
Okay.
And I am going to ready in action to strike anything that gets within striking distance of me.
I got you. Okay.
At my turn.
All right, end your turn. All right, Gilgut. Let's see what a skill can do.
Rocket cannons or whatever it is he has.
You can
Gauntlets?
punch
Rocket
things really hard,
gauntlets.
right?
He
Punch
throws.
things with lightning, that's great.
I
That's
think
useful.
you got
Explosives?
range, just barely range for a shatter here.
Cause an avalanche.
Shatter.
They all fail. Wow,
That tracks though.
does
like-
not do a lot of damage. 8 points of thunder damage. Horrible rolling there, but 8 points of thunder damage. They all fail as this large eruption kind of holds back. They would have fallen off for any regular creature, but something that of note here is that they have ice walking. As they do, they're almost embedded into the snow, the ice, the rocks themselves. So the cleats are just kind of growing upon the actual rocks. They are born and bred for this. They are not falling off, and they cannot be launched off by normal means. The shatter does go off with the action. As it does, this large audible eruption happens. A little bit of cracking of the ice below. And as Gilgut doesn't really have a bonus action to use quite yet, so it's going to be the end of Gilgut's turn. Varys, you're up.
Cool. I will bonus action drink a potion of celerity. Why are my languages open? And then I will action stealth into the giant's hair.
Okay.
That
Wow!
What is
Wow.
the chances of that? That's 20. All right. Well, Varys, you no longer are in existence. You might be in the ethereal plane for all we know.
It just faces out. She's just now missed.
All right.
Wait, did I miss something?
Doubles
'Cause-
and disappears.
He rolled a nat 1 and a nat 20.
Oh, okay.
Had
I was so
advantage.
confused.
We had
Oh,
advantage,
okay,
but it was yeah. No, it's at
Yeah.
advantage.
I was
Okay.
so
Regardless, it's
confused,
plus
like,
14. So technically, that roll is 34.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Very
So
hidden.
he's in another campaign altogether.
There is not. You're not even in the game right now, Cody.
So I'm gonna write you into my campaign I have tomorrow, so you're just gonna make an appearance.
Just give me a call. I'll do a guest.
Yeah, you're
guest
just gonna
appearance.
pop up. Well, it's in person, so yeah, you're just gonna pop up and just wave hi and leave.
He's
Yeah.
invisible.
You're like, oh, that's
Have
not
me
where I'm
like
supposed
pop
to
up,
be.
stab one in the back of the throat, and then just pop out.
Yeah, just be like, oh yeah, the Bloodhunter just comes up, stabs something, and he's out. He's got dragged.
Portals in,
I-
portals out.
He just.
I don't
sees
know
a
why, but he's all
stealth
frosty,
boy.
covered in snow.
Yeah.
He's a little scaly. It's fine. Don't worry.
Does that end your turn?
Yes.
Now that you don't.
Yeah.
Now that you are just a myth.
Moving 5
The
feet
man.
additional, so that's a total of 25 feet. That is there. It's going to get to here and is going to attempt to do a full dash as it gets on top of the bridge.
Okay.
Doesn't really pay too much attention to you, Paz, as it kind of leaps upon the actual bridge and then
Is it
kind
within
of
striking range?
no, it's 10 feet away from you.
Okay, good. Whew.
As it does, it kind of grabs itself upon the actual roped bridge here. It like yells outwards up into the air as it roars. You see many of them begin to roar in a miniature sense in anticipation of what they're attempting to do. There's a strategy about them as it's looking now down towards the bridge and begins to move its actual haunches to bite off the ropes.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. That's why I
I
didn't
got
trust the
this.
bridge.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Oh,
I'll
Emerging
turn it
from the
into
actual
three.
water is a
That.
large serpent, because it does stretches itself upwards with actual appendages of fins darting down from its head towards its back, a large tongue, large gaping jaws, and these greenish eyes with the turquoise-like scales. It moves itself upwards off of the actual water. It takes its entire movement speed as it does swimming, and then purges itself back upwards towards Wolfsong.
Don't prefer that.
Wolfsong, we'll say, it goes in
Is
for a
that her
bite.
ship name?
Little song
Prefer
wins
bridge.
stuff.
It lands a nat 20. What am I doing? 3 nat 20s on the day. 38 points of piercing damage as it bites.
Oh, wait.
Go for it.
It's biting.
Normally?
It's biting Wolf Sing.
Yeah.
Right here.
Damn it. I'm out of range.
Out
so,
of range?
nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
30 feet.
38 points of piercing damage on the nat 20. As it does, it bites. It's actually going to attempt to constrict on a multi-attack. As it does, it wraps its tail around Wolfsing. It's going to be a miss as Wolfsing kind of pushes and shoves it out of the water as it begins to yell out towards the serpent. It's going to be the end of the serpent's turn. Wolfsing's up. Wolfsing begins to rotate and turn. As it does, it kind of yells out towards you on the shoulders, "Get back!" as it goes in for a couple different swings of its weapon for a multi-attack. Okay, first strike is going to be a hit.
Yeah, get them Wolf Sing.
Does a total of
believe in
36 points of damage between both of the hits, striking once and twice as it slices through. It's going to attempt to, Wolfsing is going to attempt to move, still staying within its threat space, getting yourselves to here, and in this position is able to raise you to the bridge if you so need to. That was the objective of Wolfsing.
Well, bridge
If you'd
is a
like.
bad place to
Yeah.
be.
Free action to move you wherever you'd like, if that's your choice.
Giant freaking death snake, but
I'm gonna stay on Wolf Sing's shoulder, so I'm just gonna be like, they're trying to break the bridge, so no.
Okay, it's your call. Like I said, just a free action to move you. It's going to be the end of Wolfsing's turn. We come to one of these smaller drakes here. It's going to be moving a total of 20 feet, getting onto the bridge, and taking its action to begin to bite off the ropes. As it begins to snarl at them. These ropes themselves are braided, thick, large. It's going to take at least 2 actions per one creature to be able to snap off. But in combination with all of them, it's going to be pretty quick. All right, Nair, it's your
What?
turn.
all right, okay. All right. All right. 30 feet is my movement. My movement is 30, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's a small part of me that was like 35. No. All right, and then so that was my movement, but then I can bonus dash, correct?
You cannot dash as a bonus action. You can use your action to dash.
Yes, those are the words that I said out loud.
Actually,
And-
no, I will take the, I will hop off and hop onto the bridge.
Yeah, move your token as you will. Yep.
And then I'm going to bonus action surge. Yeah.
No,
So-
that's
it's
not a bonus. It's a
It's a
free
special.
action.
It's just a special.
special, yeah.
So you can
I'm gonna
use
use
your.
my feature as a fighter to action surge.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you now
Good,
have an
nailed
action
it.
to use.
Expert. Okay, hold on. Ooh. Okay. If I were to move, I wouldn't be able to hit it, correct?
You've already dashed. So if you take your action surge to dash, you would not be able to hit it.
Okay. But if I don't do that, I could use a spell.
That's
You
correct.
could use Scorching Ray, yes.
Any spell.
We all know it's gonna be Scorching Ray.
It could be any fireball. No, it's not. It's Scorching Ray. And I'm going to do that.
Okay.
And I'm
Nat
also
one
going
and
to
hits the ropes.
I swear to God, if it misses, I'm going to lose my flippin' mind. I don't hear any bards helping people.
I wish I could. I'm too far away.
Something called turn order.
Something called. Someone has to be more brave and got shot with lightning. That's all I'm saying. All right. All right. Consume spell slot. Cast.
Welcome to the world of magic.
All right, 18 is going to hit as you strike out with one
Yeah.
scorching ray, doing 7 points of fire damage. Incinerate some of the skills brittle and push past. Do not consume a spell slot for the remainder of your scorching rays.
Noted. It's kind of rude. It says barely wounded. All right. Okay. Do
Well,
not.
you're welcome. That health estimate is back. Hello.
I like it. No,
Yeah.
I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
No, I'm
18
rolling-
hits.
Oh, it's
That does a
18.
total of 6 points of fire damage. Goes in almost almost as you're sending outwards in these large beams as they're penetrating through some of the scales.
Okay. Don't worry, guys. He's only huge. I'm sure this is doing huge amounts of damage. All right.
22 hits. We're laying all 3. Nice. All right, 9 points of fire damage. You come out with that one. Comes in towards the chest. As it kind of riles
Stop
itself.
fighting that. No.
No.
Naughty. Alright, that's me.
All right, we come to Throck. Throck picks up a boulder, and from the actual water, scoops down into the water for a brief moment, picks up a rock, chucks it towards one of the larger drakes that's actually in the on the cliffside right now. It's going to chuck it. 28 hits. Does a total of 21 points of bludgeoning damage. It crushes into its tail, smashing it into the rocks. Begins to make its entire movement speed, moving 40 feet. Gilga is on the back and moves with. That is going to be the end of Throck's turn. Winksong, you're up.
Cool. Ooh, I'm far away from everyone. So
Again, it's a
is it
free.
just-
It's a free action if you want to be up on the bridge. That is an
I'll
option.
go ahead and use the free action because I didn't think I'd be this far away from everyone.
Okay. So go ahead and move you up to the bridge freely. Yep.
Okay. I'll just move this away to hopefully be within the range. Oh, just barely. And then I'm gonna look at it, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna use Dissonant Whisper and cast it on this little
That
baby
shocks me.
bitch. It's my only pain spell. Don't laugh at me.
You didn't learn and switch your spells from last time.
I did, but I only had one spell I could switch.
Send it out.
Die, bitch! I'm gonna explode your skull.
All right,
9
so
damage.
that is 9 points of psychic damage dealt, and that is going to be a failure, as these creatures can hear and are intelligent enough to be interpreting the words that you're sending outwards. You send out the dissonant whispers, and on a failed save, takes that and uses a reaction to move, if available, as far away as its movement speed allows, and actually has 10 feet of movement speed as it does for its reaction, as it kind of begins to fear and run away.
That's right, you silly bitch. Get away from my rope. And then I'm going to, what's my range to? Fuck. Shit, I'm too far away from literally everyone. That's not good. So I'm just gonna look over to our best buddy, Thig, and I'm gonna cast Bard.
Bardic Inspiration.
Bardic Inspiration.
Okay. It's
Oh,
gonna
we
give me
got
a
it.
bardic inspiration. Okay.
There you go. You
Thank
go,
you.
you. And then I'm gonna move my last
Woo.
10 feet this way. There we
Okay.
go. And that is my turn.
All right, hit by the shatter, moves 5 feet upwards and goes an additional 15 feet, comes up to you, Paz, and goes in for a bite strike. There's going to
Rude.
be a 16, which misses, has a multi-attack and swings back around with its tail towards you. It kind of whips. 18 is going to be a miss. As you're nimbly able to dodge out of the way, it bites towards you, nips at you. Before it finishes, it roars. This frothy foam
muted,
begins
Paz.
to form from its actual mouth. Ends its turn. Paz, what's up?
Hit it, Pass.
Well, he's currently muted.
Kyle, you're
Yeah,
muted.
Yeah.
Mute yourself.
Oh crap! Sorry. Do I get my held attack?
Yes.
You do, yep.
Sorry about that. I didn't know it was.
17 is going to hit. Do a total of 10 points of bludgeoning as you thwack it across the head.
Cool.
Right, taking your reaction there, moving 15 feet, comes up to the ropes. This one begins to gnaw at the same place that the other one was. Taking its action to bite away, ends its turn. Come to this next one, moves 15 feet to 25 feet. Comes at the rope, begins to bite in unison with the other one. As you do, snaps as the rope bridge begins to teeter down, falling slightly to the side. You all begin to teeter and move, but are able to withstand your balance.
I don't think it was a fat person that did that to the bridge anymore.
This larger
No, it's
one
getting
begins to
increasingly
trace itself,
worse.
moving, comes and moves its movement speed. Gets to the right side, kind of kicks the little one to the side and looks towards you, smiling as it does. Begins to come in for a bite.
Just kick your own
23
guy.
is a hit. That does 9 points of piercing damage. You pass as it bites down towards your right side, comes back
Did you say-
around with a whip of
Did you say
scale.
28?
No.
23 to hit does 9 points
Okay,
of piercing
23.
damage.
Okay.
The next strike is a tail attack. As it swings back around, you're able to jump over as it swings. Is a 10 to miss. It kind of looks towards you. It begins to speak Draconic to you. As it snarls and hisses towards you, ends its turn.
Am I close enough to hear it?
Yeah, am I close enough to hear it?
The ones that are able, so Naira, you are close enough to hear it. Thothig, you're, I would say, probably too far away given the noise of the water. Naira, as you
Fair enough.
hear, you hear the words spoken in Draconic. This again, this ancient language, as foreigners will be 8.
In Draconic, fuck off.
All right, so this one moves 10 feet to get underneath the rope bridge. Varus, you following suit, offers you to exchange if you want to get up upon the rope bridge, picks up a boulder, and aims for both of the two that are upon the rope bridge and goes for a massive yeet.
I love a massive yeet.
We gotta get it. 19 is gonna be a hit on both of them. That is
Hell yeah.
33 points of damage upon both. It does not kill them, as it does hits
Oh.
into them. They're able to hold themselves upon the bridge. He almost in despise, as he grunts, he begins to speak out in giant. "The stronger, Wolfring!" Begins to yell outwards. The remainder of its movement speed, getting almost upon the actual cliffside, begins to climb up. Anytime, Varus, you want to actually get upon the bridge, your choice. Ends its turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay hidden on him for now.
This one comes across,
There's is an idea
climbing
right now.
upon the ice sideways as it does. It goes in for a bite attack towards Worm and a tail attack.
I can
7
imagine this-
of the bite misses, and
No
a
way.
14 of the tail misses Worm as Worm
You're not
just kind of
biting that
kicks
guy.
it towards the side. No issues whatsoever. So you're up.
Alright, hopping down to the bridge next to Thothig, so it's just gonna look over to Thothig. Thothig, which way are you gonna be heading?
Thothig's gonna point towards in the direction they were moving. So just trying to advance all the way across.
Alright, I'll help take care of the ones in the back.
All right,
And so it's gonna bonus action, not bonus action, just as a feat, feline agility to double my movement speed.
Okay.
Get all the way to here.
Okay.
And then from here, I'm gonna, kind of still in cat form. It's gonna look very odd, but he's gonna stand up on his hind legs and try and balance himself. And holding out both of his paws, he's gonna use the Ganazar's Scorcher.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast it at 3rd level.
Ooh, spicy.
That is very spicy.
Nope, it didn't change. It didn't face it the way I
Okay,
wanted to.
You can add on the D8, right? That's fine. Or it didn't face the right way. Oh, that's
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, I put the template.
I got you. DC 16. I can roll it manually. It's no problem.
Yeah. Because I'm basing it towards all 3 of these guys. It should be able to hit all 3 from where I'm standing.
That's funny. All right, all 3 fail. They take
Sweat.
23 points of fire damage.
Yep.
All right, you kill 2 of them here. The last one, which is relatively full their health, it gets bashed by as it spurts to the actual earth. 2 of them cooked and writhe back and forth. Completely dead. I'll remove the template at this point.
Okay, so they've got
They got like roughly 40 health. Per.
Oh, no, Naira, Haley. We lost Haley again.
She
Oh
froze.
yeah, jeez.
We're roboting.
Oh, dang.
And as a bonus action, I will quick cast Firebolt on this last one.
This sounds like a Pokemon battle.
Natural
It's a
2.
small
Of course.
So
monster.
as it's hit by the Scorcher, kind of sidesteps out of the way. Your fireball kind of yeets through, goes through into the brushes and the trees, and explodes with a large amount of fire. I'm gonna use yeet more a lot. That's a great.
That's
Fun word.
2 of those down. And yeah, that'll end my turn.
All right, moving 5 feet, it goes and hops over here, stays within the threat range of the giant, but not you, Varus. That is outside of your threat range. You can take attack of opportunity if you so choose to, with advantage because it does not detect you. Goes and uses its action to bite the rope on the other side.
Stab it.
Yeah, I'll
really
stab it.
good.
Okay. Go ahead and hold on Alt for advantage for your attack of opportunity.
Invisible knife
Okay.
attack.
Just
Essentially what's going on
see
here.
a rapier just come poking out of the hair.
That's some really sharp hair.
Ooh, 25. Nice. Deals a total of 13 points of piercing damage. You stab through, going a little bit lower on the leg and stabbing into its body as it does. It kind of gets over. It's still alive. It's slightly limping. Bites upon the rope. Ends its turn. Thothic, you're up.
Hey,
Go. Get your ass over here. Hurry up.
25, we're going to action dash. And yes, we're trying to get our ass over there. And then bonus action. Gonna call forth the spiritual weapon. And he's gonna go for a little badonk on that dude.
Okay.
Woo.
I'm assuming the modifiers are probably still messed up, so we'll take it as
We'll see what happens.
so 7 plus 4 plus 2.
Holy shit.
There's no way that's real.
That's for me just a 7, so it's actually a 19 to hit.
19 still hits, so the D4 plus 4 is correct. That deals 7 points of damage. You smash into its head. Boom.
And end of my turn.
All right, end of your turn. This one's going to take 5 feet, so that's 20 feet there, and it's going to spend its remainder of movement speed to get there. As it does, it kind of sees the floatingness and kind of looks in its eyes, and then it kind of stretches across the bridge, and it's going to run with a dash, get here, run all the way to here in the full dash, almost moving along the sides of it, of the planks, and is intelligent enough to know that you, Thothic, had casted that spell. It's headed for you. Ends its turn.
Wow.
This one is actually going to climb along the sides, move 10 feet, and jump up an additional 10 feet to get onto the planks as it crashes itself. In its full movement speed, it gets to you, Naira, and it's going to go in for a bite and a tail attack.
I'm going to stab you so hard in the face. I can't
17
express.
is a miss. And the tail swing
Gonna stab you.
is a 22, so it strikes you into the leg with its tail, deals 5 points of bludgeoning damage, just comes across,
You got lucky.
whips you in. That's going to be the end of its
can't-
turn.
Can't express how much I'm gonna hit you.
This one's going to do a similar fashion, and then is going to take a dash. Moving past your threat range, Naira, you're able to take attack of opportunity if you so choose to.
I absolutely will. Crazy question. These are dragonoids. I'm gonna use the Bane.
Okay.
And I'm also gonna need, where are you, Eternal Flame? Get out of here.
All right. My game. Wow, that's crazy. It's like the second time it's crashed. It's nuts.
Oh no.
I have to run like multiple instances of it, so sometimes it gets a little weird. But,
Well, but it helps. 22 attack, 15 slashing, and then 5 flame. No,
all right.
8
So,
fire damage.
this is where we get into the Bane of Marathon. I need you to roll an additional 3d6.
Yay!
3d6
Yes.
against dragonoids.
Finally, dragons are
Yes.
here. 3d6, 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 3d6. That's
I will actually modify the weapon when we get into a fight. We don't have types of.
3d6 or 2d6? Because it says in the description 2d6.
It's a homebrew, bro. 3d6.
what do you know?
He stands corrected. There's a whole one of these. All
I
right,
can
so we
stay
have
illiterate.
20 it hits, 15 points of slash damage, additional 8 points of fire damage is 23, and then 7 points.
7 for
with
being
the
a
dragon
dumb little
slam.
dragon
That is
bitch.
30 points of damage total with the reactions. It kind of whistles down and guides itself through the actual creature, and it almost incinerates and sears as it passes through. Creature begins to yelp.
I got
It kind
you,
of begins
Thothic.
to shake itself violently. That is a dash from that creature, and that is going to be the end of its turn.
Yeah, well, we'll see it
As
next
you're
time.
up, we are at round 2.
Alright. First thing I'm gonna do, little one. gonna quarterstaff it real quick.
All right, 18 is a hit. That is 9 points of bludgeoning damage. You smack across.
And I'm going to spend a key point to try and stunning strike it.
Okay. All right, it fails. It is stunned.
Alright, awesome. I'm going to thwack it once again.
All right, I'll automatically give you
With
advantage
all
for
the-
being stunned. That's 20! Woo! All
Roll
right,
the 1 on damage!
14 points of bludgeoning damage. You crack it into the head. Stunned still. It's still alive.
Cool. Another key point. Going to Fury of Blows.
Murder it. Get it.
Nah, I'm going after big one.
Ah, fair.
20 hits. Going for
And I'm
5
also going to.
points of bludgeoning damage. Go for it.
Alright, and then I will go ahead and spend another key point and hit it with. Where the hell is it? Gonna hit it with the Hand of Harm.
Leader's smite hand.
What?
And that applies
Smite.
poison now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so with that lance, so we see this necrosis begin to entrace upon the actual leg that you were able to kind of roundhouse kick into, and it kind of begins to limp from the actual wound.
Excellent. And now I'm gonna come back to this one and give it the good old what for.
Right, 21 is going to be a hit. That does a total of 6 points of bludgeoning damage, which is enough to kill that one. Come across,
Excellent.
bringing the leg around, kind of drop kick it down upon the head, finishing the skull crack. It just kind of falls into the ground as unmoving.
Right, and with that I will end my turn.
All right, we come to Gilga. Gilga is actually going to help Thorok for the next action and stay upon the giant. Varus, you're up.
All right. So could I run along this giant's arm to jump, but like off and land right there?
You can, yeah. That will expend only 5 feet of movement.
Okay.
I hate to put this out there, but I think one of your little drakes, this one over here, is not in the initiative order.
It's
That
an
is
inside.
that
thought,
is
so
correct.
That's an inside thought. So
I'll put him at the bottom.
Excuse me,
So let me
James.
know.
Hi. That's an inside.
You gotta let them know so it looks favorably upon us later.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Gotta
Give
give
us
me
shine
some.
mercy upon
Well, I'd be
us.
fair about these things.
I wondered why it didn't go in the order. I was checking to see if there's an error with it. I was like, oh.
Yeah, the
Thank you.
error was it was left out of the party
It was me.
the whole time.
All right. And then I will bonus action Crimson Right to activate my lightning on my weapon. Which that does the 3 damage to me.
So you take the right of the first. Storm.
And then I will swing at it.
Alright, so you have advantage. You are flanking with the giant. Alright, that is a 29. That does a total of 17 points of piercing damage with an additional 2 points of lightning. That is 19. As
And
your
then sneak attack
stab
for
through.
another d6 or for another 2.
Okay.
And then I will swing my second time.
Just
Oh.
stabbing away.
That one didn't get advantage, but whatever.
It's okay. 23 hits, 14 points. Lightning.
And then 1 point.
It's a big one though.
Big one.
So 15
One
points
is-
of damage is just barely alive, barely hanging on. As it
One
just
is the
stabs
difference
directly
between
through
1 and
its
0,
chest,
so
come across come through the center mass, then come up about and stab through. It's almost limping, barely hanging onto the rope, like using the rope right now as like almost support for itself. It's still alive.
And that'll be my turn.
All right, pushing past your actual spiritual these things. It's kind of looking in almost the direction, almost like a leader among this pack goes and uses its action to bite the rope completely off, rips it
Sure.
as it is strong enough to be able to tear it completely apart. The bridge itself begins to tear and fall through. barely holding on, begins to kind of roar out once more to the rest of the actual pack, letting them know that the bridge is near to being destroyed.
Did it do that in Draconic?
It's just a roar.
Just a
Is
roar.
it just a rude ass roar?
The
It's
serpent
fine.
disappearing underneath the water.
Oh,
Just a rude ass roar.
Oh,
You
no,
see
no, I don't
as-
like when that.
oh no.
I don't like when it does that. It's upsetting every time.
Uh-oh.
All the damage.
I saw
What
the
the
crit
hell?
animation.
That was
I was
yeah.
worried that the bridge was gonna get
All
fucking
right.
stricken
Oh,
in half.
You see as
shit.
it reemerges around Vorum as Vorum is kind of halfwards, grabs onto the legs and gets bit. As it kind of reaches his hand up towards you, Varus. Chosen one! And disappears into the water.
Oh,
my
that's some
favorite.
trauma that Varus didn't need.
He's been a giant his whole life.
Oh no.
Oh,
You see his Wolfsing in the water, looking towards now Vorum. It stretches and rotates over to Throck. Out of the water! And begins to yell out in giant as he makes a full dash action to get towards here on the ice, scratching
Thank
itself
goodness.
through, getting out of the water.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, but now it's on this
my
side now,
God.
so we don't care about you guys.
All right, Varus, a bite and a tail attack coming towards you.
We're-
13 for the first
we're team
strike
this
of the
time.
bite is a miss.
Yeah,
Goes in for the second
fully.
strike, and 8 of the tail attack. That is a miss
that's
as you're
right.
able to nimbly
I
get out
love
of
to
the
see
way
it
and
trim
dodge
that way.
from this monstrous creature. Naira, you're up.
Great. I think I call to Wolfsing first off and say, Wolfsing, the bridge. But then I've got to deal with this guy in front of me. And you.
19 is going to be a hit. It's a little slow right
Look.
now. So
Yeah, I was
12
like,
points of
did I
slash
do it?
damage is going to be fire damage, is going to be 3d6.
Wowie.
Fucking die.
Oh my.
Do me a
Big
Here
roll.
we
Do
go.
me a favor and die quickly.
18, 35 damage with one hit.
I didn't add it. That's so weird.
Yes.
Still alive after the first strike. You cut into its right upper leg, slices down. It's like hissing towards you.
All right. Well, I gotta finish what I started, so I guess I'm gonna murder it, hopefully on this round. A nat
Nat
20.
20.
That's funny! I don't even. Do we have to do
It's
the damage?
gotta be.
Do we have to do the damage?
I
I don't.
What?
If you
I
don't
mean,
have to
I
roll
think- I
anything
think
else.
so.
I
We
mean,
hit
I
it.
kind of think.
You want to
I
get
kinda
it?
I want to
think-
know.
I mean, I would like to know.
All right, go ahead and roll it all out. Okay, so we have
I
3,
That's
6,
all-
so 24,
shit cuts-
24 plus 12. So that's 24, 12, and then the 29, and then the additional 8, and then the additional 8. You did a total of 81 points of damage on the single.
You
Single
just
strike.
started you
Single
dragging so hard
strike.
and repaired the
I think
bridge.
You did over
Shattered.
100 damage in the turn.
One turn.
So as you come
Jesus
down
Christ,
across, whistling, your eyes glowing slightly red, make a wisdom saving throw.
fuck.
Did you just make sushi out of a dragon?
I am not any wiser than I've
Little
been
Drakey
thus
boy?
far.
It's-
All right,
it's
hold on.
sashimi if
Wisdom,
it comes from a
wisdom,
dragon.
wisdom.
Oh, is that the difference?
Yeah.
Between
13.
sashimis?
As the,
sorry,
the
it's
effects,
Tatar
you're able
comes
to
from.
slightly fight them, but they're beginning to overcome, and you're going to continue, but you're able to resist them. As you come across, up, strike, down, you see the creature explode outwards in bits and pieces of scale and flesh and organs. No longer exists in this plane.
I
Fold?
look up with my eyes glowing red at the leader, and just essentially growl back, just back off.
Run at him
And
to
then-
T-pose on to assert dominance.
Okay.
T-pose him. Assert dominance on him.
Just front him. I don't think I can do anything else. I mean, I did over 100 damage, so I think that's me for this.
All right, Throck is going to get here to the edge. In so doing, is going to place Gilga right here. Basically lift off, getting the help, we'll say, is going to go with advantage. Great Axe swing towards the Drake at the center mass of the bridge. 23 is a strike, 18 points of slashing damage, and it's going to go for the multi-attack. Second strike's coming out is going to go in for a 21 that is going to strike for 21 points of damage. Deals quite a bit for both strikes, slicing back and forth, sees that the bridge is waning, puts the Great Axe back at the back, and grabs onto the bridge as it yells out, "Oh, hold it!" Wingsong, you're up.
Okay, so Wingsong is going to. Is this guy in range? Oh, just barely. I'm gonna snipe this kill real quick so I can just run away. Oh shit.
Succeeds
And I'm
with the
gonna
19.
I'm gonna yell over to it while it's barely hanging on by its little mouth and just say, "Hey, little worm dude, you're a worm, and you're dead."
Pays no attention to your vicious mockery.
What?
It succeeded with a 19.
Needed.
I feel like I just got to mock to myself. Well, you know what? I don't need this. I don't need this. And you know what? I'm gonna make sure you die. I'm gonna make sure you die. And that's as far as I can go.
Okay.
Ah, shit. Ending turn.
All right. So poison at the your turn, right? Pass. Gonna go in for a bite towards you. Disadvantage is a 10, and then a tail attack with disadvantage from being poisoned. It's gonna be a nat 1. Nothing bad happens after that. I'm just gonna swings it, hits into the ground, skips for a little bit, and picks itself back up, still alive. Hops over, moving 10 feet, additional 5 feet there. I'm gonna go ahead and move the body. Goes in for a bite and tail attack towards you, Wingsong.
Come at
19
me.
is going to hit you with the bite.
I'm
That does
gonna-
a total of 9 points of piercing damage. Cutting words.
Yeah, I was gonna cutting words him.
Alright. Give me a roll.
Hiya.
Ah!
All right, so you cut 1 point of damage. You take a total of 8 from the bite. It's going to go in for a tail attack towards you. 15 is going to be a miss as you're able to kind of move out of the way of the tail attack. Ends its turn. So you're up.
Let's see. My main objective right now is to get the fuck off of this bridge. So, I'm gonna reach out and I'm going to touch Wingsong's leg. And I'm just gonna say, best of luck to you. And I'm going to cast invisibility on himself and twin spell it to myself.
Okay.
Oh. The meow meow trick, I understand. We got the secret trick. Wish I heard what Nayara said, but it's fucking muted.
I'm just enjoying
back on.
your cat trick.
I'm double invisible?
It's
I'm
good. We
even
got
more
it. We got it.
invisible than already?
We got it. Don't worry.
Super invisible.
All right. Anything else in your turn? I'm sure you're moving.
Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely fucking moving, and then
Okay.
I'm going to try and skirt around him as best as I can. Skirt around this guy, and just kind of get off the fucking bridge.
Okay. Doesn't seem to perceive as you move past.
Guys,
And then, as a bonus action, once I get over here, I will. Let's see. That's okay. So I do have the ability to do this. I'm going to cast Firebolt on its backside.
Okay.
Would I have advantage?
It
at
gives
this
you advantage
angle?
automatically from invisibility.
Oh, it's true. That's right. All right. So, Bonus action, Firebolt. Oh my! It almost landed on a 3.
25 hits. That was a total of 6 points of fire damage. Just come into its backside, kind of glancing blow.
And that'll end my turn.
All right, using its action, near death, very barely alive, holding onto the rope, snips it. The last of the 2 on that side drop as the bridge begins to fall. Wingsong, you on that end, you will be in the water on your next turn. Creature takes its action completely as it slowly rotates, grabbing into the icy planks as it begins to lower, swinging down. Varys, given the fact that we are in round 2 and you have taken your reaction for round 2, I believe, you will not get a reaction on this one as it's beginning to swing down, moving 5 feet to recognize the amount that the bridge is swinging. Correct me if I'm
So wait,
wrong, but I think you used it already.
Is
I don't
Varys
think
still
I've
up
had
on the
my
cliff then?
reaction for
Did you use it in round
because
1?
I'm at the top. Yeah, I used it in round 1 when Throck
Okay,
moved
so
over.
go ahead and take it then.
the
If you
hair.
haven't used it for, go ahead and take it because it
Yeah.
is going outside your threat range willingly. It is holding on to it willingly. It's not attempting to jump off. 17 is going to be a hit. That is 10 points of piercing damage. Don't need it for lightning. You finish it off as it's kind of holding on to it. You're able to come across the Reaper, slicing into its throat as it rips its half of its head off. It kind of carries on and barely holds on, falls into the water off the bridge with a splash. But the bridge right now is like slowly going down. Again, we're in combat, so everything's going really slowly. So Wingsong, you are like this right now as you're going to fall off into the
I'm just
water
like-
with the bridge.
No!
I
But
thought
you
that
are
got-
also invisible, so don't forget that.
Shit.
Just a quick question: How far is the drop from the bridge to the water?
So the drop is about 15 to 18 feet.
So he would take damage then.
He would take fall damage, correct. But it's not necessarily a fall that would be killing, especially since there's
Yeah.
water. But the problem is the ice is semi-frozen, so you would smack into the ice.
Yeah, no. Then I would use my reaction and cast Featherfall on him.
Okay. In this circumstance, okay. So Featherfall applied. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even slower falling.
Wait, Featherfall is Featherfall? No, it's not concentration. Okay, yeah. It's
No,
fine.
No,
it's not.
it's not.
Luckily.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oops, I have
my,
everything clicked.
my reaction to Featherfall on him.
Run over here, around the
So-
backside of this guy,
Let's
and
kill him really super quick and effectively.
that's the idea.
Yep.
Where is... There it is. Oh no, I don't
Very
need it.
touch.
I don't need it for that. do I?
Don't forget you can use the bardic inspiration to increase.
I know, but I don't think I need it.
Oh, okay.
Not rolling a 24.
All right, 24 hits, 9 points of necrotic damage as you begin to seep your tendrils into this particular
Oh.
creature.
Okay. And then bonus action, the... Oops.
You regain, by the way, hit points, half the amount of damage you've dealt.
I do, but I'm full anyway, so it doesn't matter. Then this guy gonna do another bonk. $24 to hit.
24 hits.
Oh,
Ooh,
max
nice.
damage.
12 points of force damage. You collapse under the back with a large crack. You hear some bones splinter.
And that's on the turn.
All right, moving itself towards, goes in for a bite and tail attack. So the first strike is a tail attack. 18 is going to be missed. Second strike is the bite. That is going to be a 7. Both of the strikes miss as you bash into. It's like a begin to kind of gnaw and move towards you. You're able to brunt the actual strikes with your shield. It ends its turn. Touched by the vampiric, it's kind of limping and barely moving. It slowly rotates around. It's going to do a bite and a tail attack towards you, Thonthing, in a similar fashion. 21 for the bite, which hits. That does 5 points of piercing damage to you. And then it's going to go in for the tail strike towards your right leg. That is going to be a 12, which misses. Does not take its movement, ends its turn. We now come to the last one, the initiative, as it does.
That's my con saving throw.
I gotcha.
Because Vampiric Touch is a concentration spell, because I can hit him again. Since I hit him once.
Well, look who decided to join our initiative.
So Bite Strike coming towards you, Varys. That's going to be a critical hit from the one at the last initiative order. 12 points of
I
piercing
don't take
damage.
crit damage.
Oh, that's right. You have the Adamantia. Oh
Yeah,
my
the
gosh.
Adamantium.
Oh,
So fuck your crits.
hello. Which is great because you rolled a 1 on the damage. So let me go ahead and put your health back. And then I'm going to go ahead and apply only 4 points of damage as you bypass the crit.
looks stupid now.
Way
It's the
to
strike.
be. Goes in for the tail attack. For the second strike, a 7 is going to be missed. So you totally only take 4 points of damage. Ends its turn there. Paz, round 3,
Sorry.
you're up.
Now who looks stupid now is the Drake.
Okay. Let's keep. Well, let's finish this thing off, I guess.
Say it like you mean it.
I gotta move over here. And I'm gonna give it first whack.
13 is going to be a miss. He's coming for a thrack and it's able to dodge out of the way.
I am a master of combat!
27 is going to hit. Those 7 points of bludgeoning damage you come across its left leg. Large crash.
And I will. Screw a key point. Fury of Blows.
10 is going to miss.
I swear!
Dodges out of the way of the blow.
I swear I'm a master of combat!
I'm a master. 22 is going to strike as you come across with your right fist, going right across the jaw. 8 points of piercing damage.
I will. You know what? I will. I'll attempt a stunning strike as well. Spend a key point on it.
Okay.
So it's a DC 15.
It fails. It is stunned.
Hey, now.
All right.
When you're just not allowed to have fun.
That, and I will end my turn.
All right, we come to Gilga.
Gilga
is going
If
to
we just murder it,
come
that'd
up.
be really
Let's see
helpful.
what we got. Thunder Gauntlets.
Like
That's
it.
right. Come on.
Oh, wait.
Thunder Gauntlets. Swing.
A good classic.
21 hits. 12 points of thunder damage. Goes in for the second strike because I think it's a multi. Yeah, extra attack. 19 hits. That does 5 points of thunder damage. That's in the end of Gilga's turn. Alright, Varys, you're up.
I will swing
Agreed.
on the one kind of to my left-ish, or well, I guess my right-ish, but
Depends on how you're turning. Are you spinning?
yeah.
28 hits. That does 10 points of piercing damage. You stab directly through the chest, twisting the blade, getting an additional 4 points of lightning damage. Cackling, you pull it out. Falls limp, almost near death.
I will swing again. I will
14
miss.
is going to hit.
Aha! I will not miss.
The
That
little
12
one's
points of
down.
piercing damage is enough as you come across. Up, down, striking at the top side of it is going to kill it completely. Lightning cackling around it, kind of electrocutes a little bit and falls down dead.
Wonderful.
As it should.
That'll do it for this turn.
Sizing you up, Nair, it moves. Comes in for a strike. Anger and upsetness from itself.
Do it.
11 is going to be a miss as you're able to parry
Do it,
the
I want
blow
you
from
to.
the bite. Tail attack comes around swinging 15. It's going to be a miss as you're able to stomp on the tail and kick it out of the way. It begins to speak
Can do it.
draconic at you. Ithrin will eat you. I will survive. It ends its turn.
Okay, well, one of those.
Nope.
Those are 2 falsehoods in a row. You look like an idiot.
Emerging from the water, up
No,
the backside of Throck, goes in for a bite.
It's the wrong side.
27 is going to hit. Does a total of 37 points of damage for the bite as it pierces onto the leg, grabs its tail, whips it out of the water, and comes and smashes into Throck to constrict and drag underneath the water. You see as it's a critical hit. What am I landing right now?
Denied!
Oh
That's
my
critical denied.
gosh!
Knock it off.
103
Critical-
points of damage
I'm
for
so-
the
no,
constrict.
critical
Ah.
denied.
Are you gonna deny it?
I am denying your
You're
crit,
gonna
sir.
deny it?
I am denying
your fun,
your crit.
Good.
Screw your phone.
Where the hell I gotta put it up because I forgot to put it up last time.
All right.
Where is it? Give it to me, mother. There it is.
Deny it. Deny it.
This
I
is
like
the
it.
power of family.
Deny.
All right, so the
love deny
Throck is
it.
restrained as the serpent is wrapped around the actual center mass of the chest and wrapping. And you see as the serpent has pulled Throck through the ice, smashing through into the water, and they have both disappeared out of sight.
Are they grappling?
Oh,
It was a grapple, yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
restrain. So it's a wrap,
Restrain.
completely constricted. You
So
see
he's-
his wolf
He
sings.
may not be dead, but
He's not dead, but he is
not dead
constricted.
yet.
You see his
Yeah.
wolf saying, looks towards Throck with fear slightly in the eyes, but resolve as there's one mission in particular. Finishes the climb upwards towards the cliffside, slightly upon it, and then it's going for a succession of strikes upon this drake to remove them
Excellent.
from this bridge.
Yeah. Survive that.
Big
bitch.
damage.
Fucking survive. Why don't you?
All right, does 23 and then 31 points of damage.
it's hurry up and
you
live.
bad.
I don't know why it should be gone. Okay, so
Haha. Again,
so as
idiot.
it finishes off, goes in for 2 strikes. It swipes into the battle axe, comes in for the sword, the talon sword, comes in for a strike, and then almost skewers it up for a little bit, and then like throws it off of the actual weapon, kind of launches it in its backside as it kind of yeets it, use that word more often. Goes into the
Survive
trees. As it used the remainder of its movement speed to kind of grab itself a little bit onto the bridge. Again, it's quite tall. Like this, talking about the bridge to the water level of the ice, it's actually able to kind of get its head, and is going to grab its hand out towards you, Naira, and begin to shuffle you towards the cliff.
I accept.
Reaches out towards you, Thothig, for the same motion.
Thought it would go.
I'm going to go ahead and put
Yeah.
you slightly there to go to either side, just not on the bridge, but off of it, as it moves it across. As it now looks to the remainder of the drakes and the water beginning to move, it yells out in common, "I'll hold them off!" There, you're up.
I mean, I really don't think you have to. They're not that hard.
I mean, yeah. I'm gonna go assist Paz, I think.
I mean, you're gonna kill this guy regardless.
Oh, I don't want to take your kill from you.
No,
Wow,
kill
I'm
him.
gonna-
Kill him.
I'm gonna
Kill him quick.
I'm gonna kill him really quick.
He was the one that
Um,
yelled at us and said we're going to be eaten.
Oh, fuck that guy. We're gonna
Slaughter
kill
this
the
guy
shit out of him.
mercilessly with your weird dragon bloodlust sword.
Thank you. Is this flanking? It's hard to tell when there's like
he's
a
Stun,
stunned.
you get advantage anyways.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
stunned.
easy. Easy peasy. Then I'll put myself
Doesn't matter
facing
where
up.
you go. He's
Sick.
stunned.
Love that. Alright, hold on. It's target. It's alt.
Yeah,
You
just
have
attack it
advantage
quickly.
regardless. You
Oh,
can
it just
swing.
does it. It just
Mhm.
handles it. Sweet. Love that. Love that when it does it for me.
All right, 16 is going to hit. That does a total of 14 points of slashing damage you come across. Give me fire damage, and then it can be 3 to 6. All right, 13 points you come across. Chopping off its leg, it begins to fall down. Blood begins profusely upon the actual snow. It's kind of yipping as it's like huffing and puffing is from its actual nostrils. It's still alive, but barely.
Before your next attack, I just want to get in and say, I'm gonna eat you first.
I like wait till I get the nod and then I bring the second swing down upon it.
That was only one attack.
Yeah.
it's only one attack.
26 hits.
Yeah, what?
All right,
Fighters,
13
man.
points slash damage. We don't
Fucking
need to go
fighters.
through anything more, so that's enough damage. We don't need any more. As you
Fine.
come across,
Fine.
chopping easily off its head, it kind of launches down upon the ground. Body hits with a large thud. No longer is it alive.
I grab it and I toss the head to Paz.
I don't want the head. It's gross. Where his
The whole
stupid,
thing was honestly
it's where his
yucky.
stupid brain is. I don't want stupid brain.
That's fair. I think that's my turn. I'm gonna call out to the 2 drakes close to me in Draconic and be like, give up and kill yourself.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
that's
All
my
right.
turn. That's all I got.
All right.
I mean,
So just short.
You see
so-
Throck purging themselves, breathing for dear life. It reaches his hand out towards you, Wingsong. I'll throw you.
Wingsong's invisible.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, that's
wait,
right.
wait.
You're invincible.
right.
Oh no, Throg. Is then gonna chop
Just pull
into the
yourself
water.
out.
Hopefully hits. I'm gonna find out.
I'd rather him get out of the water. I guess he has to kill it if we were gonna get the others across the water.
Its one strike does 31 points of damage, and you hear kind of a slight gurgling for blood begins to pour from the actual water. He grabs another breath in and disappears. Wingsong, you're invisible. That's unfortunate. You're up.
You're also, yeah. The
So
bridge.
sweet.
So at this point, has the bridge like completely fallen and Wingsong has fallen down?
You have fallen down, but you have feather fall. So technically, Wingsong, you have moved into this position. You are on the actual ice of the bridge is now kind of fallen down. Hit into the water in the ice, large thrash. Varys, you technically are by the post, so that part of the bridge kind of snapped, right? So you're fine. You're still on the cliff, and same thing with you, so you're okay. But Wingsong, technically, you are 15, 18 feet down below on the actual ice of the water. No damage
Shit. Shit. This is a scary time. Oh no, do I see the serpent in the water, or is it too like unclear?
You have to roll action to perceive.
Wingsong, climb up the cliff.
And your cat can climb.
Okay,
Should
I'll
be fine.
climb
That's
up.
definitely
I'll
gotta be a
climb
thing.
up the cliff using my 20 climby thing. Oh, is that good?
Yes, that's fine. Yep.
Good. That's the only thing that has 20. And then I'm just gonna be like, oh shit, oh my god, oh shit, and I'm gonna stab this bitch right here as soon as I get up.
All right, so it should
Just
give
be
you
like a-
automatic advantage for being invisible.
Okay, cool.
You'll no longer
That's
be invisible. Oh!
That's 20!
Hey!
Did it! My first nat
Ah,
20!
stab from being invisible.
Oh, you actually hit something with that? I'm surprised.
You can't see me!
He can see you
Okay.
now. You just attacked something.
Oh shit! I forgot. Disability
It
stuff.
actually should be visible now since he cast Featherfall.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
then I'm gonna. That's my turn, and I'm gonna be like, I did it, guys. I hit
Congratulations,
something.
you're a killer. We knew it all
I-
along.
I didn't kill it. Distant voice.
Have you tried blowing up its head? That worked really well for you in the mountain.
So Varys, that's
I
a
have.
dash. That one actually landed down, took fall damage, climbed up. That's the end of the turn. So you're up.
Alright, let's see. 25. Yeah, it should be. That's about right. 25. And seeing as how these two decided to line up so nicely for me, I'm gonna use
Very considerate.
seeing as how in cat form it's very hard to actually use this spell, Soot's gonna poof back to his human form, holding out both of his hands, and he's gonna once
It's
again use
chilly.
the Ganazar's.
Naked
Doesn't matter.
baby.
I'm literally about to fucking start shooting fire.
I just don't think you have clothes.
This
I
is just
do
a,
have
she's
clothes.
just a naked baby
Um,
spewing
yeah.
fire out of his
Just a
hands.
naked 12-year-old on the field.
And yeah, again, once again, Ganazar's Scorcher.
Okay.
We're almost done, I promise.
Alright, now how do I turn it again?
Scroll wheel.
Scroll wheel, that's what it was. I don't know why it prompted me to roll it, but
It's okay.
Spicy fire.
They both fail, so they take 9 points of fire damage.
for 3d8, that is really low.
That is extremely low. I was like, is that real? I thought is that half? I was very concerned.
And then, yeah, and I'll just my last 5 feet of movement is gonna back up.
Okay.
Guys, just a heads up. I don't want to rush combat, but I might have to leave before it finishes, depending on how much longer it takes.
Yeah, we should be almost done here, actually.
I know. It's these little tiny ones that are just.
Oh, I'm up. Okay. First.
Yeah, I gotta start getting ready for work. It's 9:30.
Well, I mean, considering that you kill one a turn.
Yeah,
It should be.
it's 11:30 here.
Ah,
I gotta start
damn.
sleeping for work soon.
Toll of the unfree. It's going to fail. It's dead. You see it kind of like holds and like grabs onto itself as the bridge is falling and kind of pops for a split second, just kind of falls onto its side, no longer alive.
That'll end.
All right, holding onto the bridge as it falls, moves about 5 feet, and it's going to incur some fall damage. It's going to skate upon the actual ice, move to here, and go in for a bite and tail attack towards. That is 21 to hit. That hits. Does 11 points piercing damage, comes over the tail. That is 21 to hit. It hits. It does a total of 11 and 4, so 15 total towards.
I hope it just chokes on him and dies.
Barely. I mean, that was not great. Varus, still fixated upon you, goes in for a bite and tail attack of the one directly to your south. That's going to be 22 to hit.
That hits.
All right, it's going to do 8 points of piercing damage, and it's going to go in for a tail attack towards you. That's going to be a 21 to hit.
That hits.
It does 7 points of piercing damage. Just comes and swings back with its tail. Ends its turn. All right, Paz, top of round 4, you're up.
All right. All right. Am I able to share space with Wolf Thing if I go to dig down to here?
Yes, you can.
So I should be able to. I'm small. I'm gonna come up here. We're just gonna give it a quick one whack. Okay, not gonna be a quick one whack.
11 is going to be missed.
A quick two whack.
2 whack, 27 hits.
Two whacks, gonna hit it.
All right, 6
And
points
then
piercing
I
damage.
will give it one blast
There's the nat 20
with a bonus action. Holy hell!
for max damage.
Max damage.
Still isn't dead.
And cool. I will
Hail to the king, baby.
then end my turn.
All right, Gilga's up. Gilga's gonna go 20 here.
Shoot the cannon.
Cannon.
Gilga doesn't have the light. Doesn't have the lightning because it took Thunder Gauntlets to change.
Yeah, he doesn't
that.
have the launchers
No,
anymore.
that's
There's no
right.
launchers. We're gonna go Magic Missile probably because I think that's the only really ranged spell they have at this point.
Groovy.
Ooh.
Okay, so it lands 3, still not dead as it kind of clips into the sides, bouncing back and forth. Gilga's going to maintain position there at the top of the cliff as the bridge
Can we
is
just
falling.
flick it?
All right, Varus, you're up.
Varus, murder him.
All right.
Murder him
let's
good.
Swing at the one directly in front of me.
All right, 24 is going to land. It's a total of 12 points of piercing damage, with an additional 4 points of lightning stabbed directly through the center chest, twisting, and becomes electrocuted.
Sneak attack. Don't forget sneak attack.
Yep.
I don't have advantage, right?
You're
Oh,
within,
you got wings.
you're within
Steve.
5
Wing
feet
Song's
of
next
the
to you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hello.
Come on, murder it. Ugh,
Oh.
one. Always one.
I will swing again.
Yeah, it's a second attack up there.
20 hits.
Oh, yeah.
13 points. Attack on. We don't need to add it, but +4 lightning coming for another strike, a slashing blow across the center chest there as it kind of pours out from the scales and blood begins to pour out. You see as you're almost from your flashes slightly scaly right from the cold breath, and you see that there's now fear overcoming this last one as it's stretching out towards you, and your eyes are slightly beginning to slant.
Cool. I will rotate around it.
Okay.
And that will end my turn.
All right, you see there's bubbling and different things that begin to emerge from the actual water. And as you do, you begin to see different things begin to pour up, particularly blood, just quickly. Throck is dead.
No. Dwayne the Rock Thompson.
Volsing is up, goes in for a strike towards the Drake here. Lands a 20. How many nat 20s can I land? Oh my goodness. Obliterates that.
Wait a minute.
I mean,
wait a
this-
minute. I'm sorry. Time out. He's hit the.
He landed the nat 20, Thought.
Okay, good.
He
I'm
landed
not-
it. Comes
What
to
are
No,
you
no,
doing?
I would
Deny
have
it.
that 22. Fuck
Obliterates
that.
through.
I
I'm
wanna use
rolling
this feature
so
as much as I
many
can.
net 20s. It's crazy. Just comes straight through.
Oh, you
Deny
wanna
this
cancel
one's-
that? You wanna cancel that nat 20 for us real quick?
No, I'm not canceling that nat 20.
It's
Can
gonna
he
use the
just
remainder
use
of
that
its
nat
movement
20 to
speed.
throw the dead one at the last
As
one
it
so
does,
they can
is
all be
going
dead?
to take up a large piece of rock from the actual water and is going to throw it at one of the guard rakes on the complete other side. 18 to hit, that lands. That's 26 points of bludgeoning damage. As it is,
Still is alive.
it didn't do
Oh,
full
wow.
damage. As it comes across, it does 27 points of bludgeoning damage. Comes across the rock, just barely enough to kill it. Slams into it, kicks it to the left side as it crashes through. As it is, it begins. Wolfsong kind of holds its position in the actual water and yells outwards, "Come at me!" and kind of roars up, getting ready for whatever this creature has in store for it. So, Naira, you're up.
I don't know what I meant to do. Okay, hold on. This is still technically on the bridge, right?
Yep.
All right. And this is 60 feet all around here. All right. I guess I'm just gonna ready a spell for when that big ugly comes out of the water, which will hopefully be soon.
Okay.
I'm gonna just ready Scorching Ray for when it comes out of the water.
Okay.
Alright. Wingsong's gonna do.
Just a high five.
Wingsong's gonna do a very similar thing. He's gonna, within 60 feet of him, if he can see the thingy come up, he's gonna cast Dissonant Whispers
Okay.
at level 1.
Okay.
If it just pops up over here, like,
All right. So
and
you're up.
monologues.
Well, the
I'm
only thing,
used to it, I swear.
only thing I can do is just kind of take up a spot by this post, and I'm just gonna hold Firebolt because that's literally the only thing I can do from this distance.
You could scoot a little
Nothing.
closer.
Firebolt's 120 feet. This thing is so large
Yeah.
that I will hit it to like right here.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
I only
okay.
need to. So, unless it pops up like over
Let's
here,
move up.
Yeah.
but I'm not worried about it.
I'm so excited for us to all hit it at once.
I'm going to hold a Toll the Dead for where it pops up if it's in range.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm going to.
Yeah, go for it.
Paz,
What
it's
are you
dark
gonna do,
time, Paz. It's dark time.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Paz.
I'm going to. At what point does the bridge become unstable?
already
5 feet.
on-
If 5 feet in front of you, it's gone. It's on the water on the ground. You're kind of like. I interpreted it when you wanted to go out there. I interpreted that it's like hanging and you're kind of using it and like holding on to it.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, if I'm safe to stay where I'm here, I'm just gonna grab a dart and ready to throw it at the stupid fish that pops up.
All
It's
right.
gonna go really.
It's a singular dart.
Let's see. Spell wise, what do we got? He's gonna ready a crossbow. Varys, you're up.
Damn.
I'll kind of step to the edge here and ready a chromatic orb.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and move. It emerges at the center of the waters, breaks up, has just bones kind of push up from the actual water as it's engorged itself plenty on the different giants. Regardless of range of your abilities, everyone who is ready in action, which is all of you, please go ahead and take it.
Yay! I
Cool.
get to be helpful.
All right, we're
7
all
damage from a dart.
we are all hitting this. Okay.
5 damage from my. All the dice.
All the dice. Come on, keep them going. Let's go.
Let's go, people. Keep rolling. Is it dead?
All right, I got to scroll now. Okay, so the dart landed with a 21. One of the firebolt landed with 5. So we did 7 points with the dart, 5 with firebolt. The Dissonant Whispers was 10 points of psychic damage, which was successfully dealt and failed the saving throw. Back over 22 dealt 16 points of lightning damage, I'm assuming.
Yes.
That was a massive bell. Oh my
I know.
goodness.
Huge bell.
Huge bell.
It
It's
was
a big
intense.
creature. And it was a terrible freaking roll.
All right, 9
Yeah, you
Scorching Ray misses.
get one more
26
attack,
Scorching
bro.
Ray hits. Deals 10 points of fire damage. So, like that.
Fellow said enhanced 6 from the
Is that all
body.
3 of the scorching rays?
Failed its saving throw with a nat 1.
Oh, jeez. Of
Double
course,
damage?
I roll shit damage.
All right,
I think a nat 1's enough to kill it.
still not dead.
Oh.
But as it emerged and with the Dissonant Whisper, it takes its reaction to flee. As it does, it dives down to the water, and you see as its fins begin to move, sloshing back and forth, fully fed, no longer needing to eat anything else, as it begins to swim north, downstream as it begins to move. You see Wolfsing, Volsong, just like barely, conscious of what has just happened, of 3 of his companions completely destroyed by this large, grotesque creature, still in the water, prepared to fight it, but it left without any sort of anything else. You're going to go and end combat as this creature begins to swim away and is no
That's right,
longer
bitch. Screw off. I'm scary.
All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and move as Volsong begins to kind of carry and ferry you all across this river. Now that the actual bridge is down, something that is very interesting, though, for you, Varys, is that you don't need help.
No, yeah, I was like, can I just walk?
As you stretch yourself upon the actual ice and the water, the temperature around is so cold that the water can freeze underneath your cleats, and you're able to walk on this particular water as you're able to cross on your own way. And you're able to climb up, just walking up the vertical faces like this.
So it's
You
just
walk
like
up
spider
them.
climb.
Similar to a monk's, right? A
Mhm.
monk's ability. So you're able to get up, no problem, as you cross the body of water in the
Go
circle.
off.
Zulfan kind of falls down to the knees, breathes, wounded from the
Hello,
actual
song.
attack. Looks upon you and stretches its backside, turns its head over towards the Helvari Peak. We're almost there. We're almost there. And that's going to be where we end the session.
Yeah. So late. That combat took forever.
Yeah.
We started
Oh
it
my
so
God.
late too.
Oh
We
my
did.
God.
We started it late. I'm glad you all stuck around. We all got through it. Nice work, everyone.
Thank you. For my own, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just-
If you can throw the XP in real quick, I'll just throw that in and just run.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yes.
yeah,
Songs
good-
never
good.
die.
Um.
I don't know what the total is, but it's 1,780 experience each.
1,700
1,790.
what?
1,790.
So that would
21,
be
640.
Can you do it for me? I had to
It's
X
in.
note of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, thank you. I don't know if that means we leveled up or not, but I'll try that next
No,
time.
not yet.
Not quite.
Kill,
Next
Nope.
session, though.
kill this
Next
dragon, though.
Yeah.
Really,
we're,
really wanted to squeeze that in before, but it's
All right.
We're
1300
1300 experience away. All right. I gotta bounce. Thanks.
Sounds
it was
good.
fun.
Yeah, I gotta.
I'm gonna close out
Bye.
the stream. See if you're watching. Thank you so much, and we'll be back next week.